this team, that is exactly what they do best. Playing those low ground layers. I don't want to say I told you so, but earlier in that end game, they were looking really strong. And this is the position they always find themselves in.
I'll say it for you. You definitely told me they were going to win that game.
Yeah.
You called it early as well. Take a look at that one more time from their perspective. Sky and Skrull take the victory with 7 eliminations. Not a light game by any means. Are match winners. And you know what? Now they're in the race. Now they're feeling good.
Yeah, they awoken. I mean, I think in that game, right, we saw them fighting a lot earlier. You see smiles on the faces of the boys right there. Their family's actually just behind us. They sort of erupted right there as well, as they know better than everyone that these guys are the real deal, you know. They know what they're like off camera. They know what they're like outside of the game as well. We know how good they can be when it comes to actual in-game performances. But they're just good lads as well, you know, and they have that chemistry that's super duper important. And that's helping them through that game right there.
Yeah, definitely. Well, with that, guys, take some time here. Grab yourself a big pop, maybe a mini shield. When we get back, we'll have more action.
Your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the globe.
Wait a minute. If you're here, then that means...
Team eliminated. AGAL fans, you gotta make some noise. Sky and Skrull got a massive victory royale. Jacob, this is huge for those club championship points, right?
No, it's definitely huge. It's not only huge for the club championship, but them themselves. They're the reigning, defending EU major champions, and they came out yesterday flat. Like you left a bottle of soda open overnight. It was flat. But these guys do not make the same mistakes twice.
It's so good. And look, they're just right here. What's up, Sky, Skrull? Good to see you guys. I love seeing them super locked in as well. Man, I love that you said that, though, because we've had, you know, we think back to Summon, we had that kind of crazy performance. We thought, expected them to win, just missed out. But now here at LAN, they have really learned from that mistakes, right? Those little things they really needed to improve on, they have.
Yeah, they definitely have. And like I said, yesterday it was just slow to start. Today, they're just punching right out of the gates. They get a victory royale here in game number 2, putting them towards the top of the leaderboard. And you got to imagine how that feels for the club championship as well.
Oh, man, AGAL's thinking, yes, keep doing that. We need to make sure we need to make it to finals. Another duo, though, Shadow and Virgo just on the way across here. Obviously representing NA, we have to hope for them. I know Vivid absolutely loves them. How are you feeling about them?
I feel confident. I feel so confident for them. Coming into this during the qualifiers, they weren't the most aggressive team. They got here through clean, consistent gameplay. Yesterday, I feel like maybe they were trying to do a little bit too much. Today, I feel like they're locked in, ready to go back to their game plan.
For me, it's always going to be the stand-up moment of Shadow Virgo, and at Summit, they're like, hey, you know what? We're going to go ahead and call our shot. We need a big VR right here, right now. They're capable of this kind of high-level play whenever they need to call on it. But remember, Jacob, we need to make top 6, right? We need to make sure we can make it through to tomorrow's finals. Do you think that they can do that top 6 right now under this pressure, under these lights?
Yeah, I think they and everybody else needs to kind of realize one thing. It's 10 games. It's a marathon. It's not a race. If you expect to play perfect, you're going to be kind of headed for disappointment. So you got to be able to roll with the punches, expect things to happen that you might not necessarily plan for, and then kind of go from there. And I think Shadow, Virgo, even Sky and Skrull have been doing that perfectly today.
feeling about the map rotations, right? We've got Elite Stronghold, we've got Slurp Rush. Some teams seem to operate a lot better on one versus the other. Obviously, right now we're kind of starting things off. Do you feel like some teams are maybe going to look at to pick up in that second half?
Yeah, I honestly think that's a great addition to the reload type format because you can have teams, like you said, are good on one map. Imagine if your bad map was Elite Stronghold. Now in your mind, you're probably realizing, hey, I just need to keep it in contention of the top side of the leaderboard so that when you would go to your good map, you could fire off on all cylinders.
Just stay strong, right? That's all it's about. With that being said, we want more games, so let's kick it back up to the casters.
Thank you so much to our boys, Zeke and Jacob, holding down the fort there while we were getting hydrated up top. And also, special shout-outs to Virgo and Shadow. That was one of my favorite pieces to do. The little fun bits, man. That's what this is all about. Let's take a look at the rankings, though, here. Where are we standing as things are wrapping up? Darm and Demis jump up into first place. It's Khan and Faded who are holding down second. Yasin and Salvatore remain consistent, and the numbers go Faded who are holding down second. Yasin and Salvatore remain to first place. It's Khan. Numbers got.
Said we're definitely winning a game. Said we're definitely winning a game, guarantee today. So. We're about to get into match number 3 right here. Every single this qualification into that top 6. Every single game matters for this game.
With Knight and Gone coming in second, that jumps them up to 4th place. Sky and Stro now, after that Victory Royale, are in 5th. So the standings really are starting to take a crunch towards the top. Then you still have Shadow and Virgo. Had the tournament ended there, that would be your top 6. Well, we're getting right back into the action. It's not over. It's only getting started. The first elimination is going to go to Gone, who gets his first set of points there. And then the second onto another Aoxy. Meanwhile, he has 2 elims as well himself. Another hot start here. That's Khaled who's going to pour there. Nice job for Aoxy. A little snipe elim there too. Gone's getting active. This is a 3-on-3. Both sides no shields. This is a fair fight if I've ever seen one. Brazil versus NA. Come on, Aoxy. Can't mess it up now, buddy. Ooh, hit the shot that matters.
I love these like off-spawn skirmishes where there's just like 18 different players here going out head-to-head. It's fantastic. Pretty good for points as well as Virgo there. Finds his first in this complete utter chaos. Gone managed to get 4. So unfortunately for Vazen and Anon, they are the first duo to be eliminated completely from this game as well. Not an ideal start for them.
Saw the smile on his face as well. It was such a strong performance, picking up 4 elims. It's a nice way to start it. Jojo Fishy and Aoxy have been double eliminated by Sky and Scroll, just catching Jojo off guard, and then they dance. I think they recognize what just happened in the feed there. GG's for them. And that's just Scroll and Sky's first elim too, you know? They're just mixing it up. First they were dropping in the mix, in the melting pot. That time let's just go to our draw and kind of stay true to our strat.
It's funny because individually they're so good, so you would think, yeah, they could definitely hold down the fort in that melting pot, but can't. Second place for them in the last game. Spooks and Oatley want to make good as well after their unfortunate demise in that last game. They look really good actually going on high in that game. They were looking strong. But of course in this sort of meta when there's RPGs, you've got shots, you've got launch pads. I saw a Shockwave Hammer earlier as well, the mythic version of that. So you just never know what teams below you have in their arsenal. And makes it very, very difficult to hold into high. Even Booga right here with the mythic in hand. And again, I feel like Booga and Braze are going to qualify today. You know, it shouldn't be a crazy prediction, but the way that they're putting themselves in really good positions in endgame, the way that they're playing these endgames so consistently, they don't look phased by the pressure of this lobby. And again, it shouldn't be a crazy prediction, but with the way that these guys have been playing, they should qualify.
Yeah, Booga's doing just fine so far in the tournament. 75 points total earned. In case you were wondering, that is an accurate count. That puts him in 7th place, still trailing by 21 points behind Virgo and Shadow, whom again have already earned points here. I know in the replay you saw there. The STC highlight, but Panzer, Jabco on the other side. Every time we've jumped to them in between the breaks, it is just like watching pain personified. Just they look miserable. It's been tough on them so far as they've really not performed up to their own expectations. Well, Panzer actually spots Night to Night. Was quick on the draw there. Doesn't even wait for his own teammate. We'll see how that fight ends up going on. We'll keep an eye on the feed. Salvatore and Yasuno, quick updates. Looking all right.
Looking fine. Yep. Good start to the day from them, of course. First game victory royale is going to give them that boost at the beginning of the day. And the analysts were sort of speaking about it after that game. One game cannot be the be-all and end-all. You can't lose the momentum. You can't lose sight of the format of the competition. And I think for them, that's going to be the most important thing. It's not getting too ahead of themselves, not getting too excited, and just maintaining. Having a couple of wins maybe is going to be all you need, and then some decent end games to go alongside it. Same with Gon and Knight. Finding themselves in good positions in end game, going for crazy plays on height as well. They're taking risks, they're taking control, which is exactly what you need to do in these lobbies.
Furia boys looking well. ORCs, Nosif and Izzy looking strong too. Little pop from the crowd here, of course. Whenever Izzy and Nosif are on show. Zone kind of coming dead center here. It's going to fare favorably for everyone for the most part. All the other games we've had, everyone's pretty much had their kind of pick of whether or not they wanted to stay deep in the storm. I think this one's going to play a little differently. I'm excited to see something a little more dynamic from the few. Teams already eliminated, though, to keep y'all up to date. Vazin and Anon, Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, the first two to fall. It's not very common that teams will fall in these types of formats either. But hey, sometimes you draw the short stick.
Yeah, it's difficult. But again, likewise, you have a good game. That shouldn't get too ahead of yourself. If you have a bad game, you've still got plenty more to go. And a completely new map as well halfway through. So for those guys to continue to keep the vibes high is going to be really important. And I'm really intrigued as to how today is going to play out in general, because remember the last couple of days we've had the bottom three getting eliminated, right? Now we've got 14 teams being eliminated. So the latter stage of competition today, what sort of strats people are going to start pulling out, I do not know. Because you could be, I mean, if you're dead last or you're way down there, you might as well go for some crazy plays that we haven't gotten to see yet. Because realistically, previously, making those plays could have found you in that bottom three as well. So it is a lot more opportunity for risk today.
Yeah, we're going to have to see kind of performances like what Faded and Colin are doing, where you land and you get those 4 elims and you really set yourself up.
Yeah.
With some good head starts. And, you know, everyone realistically needs to play with urgency all throughout the tournament. You cannot ease up.
So Sky and Scroll get possibly the worst supply drop you could probably get, right? There's green loot everywhere. It's terrible. In a good position though again. This is the sort of team that you put them in that position after 7th zone, get on low ground like they did in that last game. They're just levels above the rest of the lobby. But they just didn't show that yesterday. We didn't get to see the Sky and Scroll that we were used to in that last game. It felt like I was watching a traditional Battle Royale game from EU. It just felt normal. It felt like the world was at peace when that was happening. Yesterday was the complete opposite.
Yeah, we heard it from them. They said it themselves. Hey, look, we gave a lot of respect to Lobby. It was a difficult... They said it was a difficult, like, games, difficult lobby. I don't know, you know, again, European, little bit of a language barrier. Not sure if they meant that more so, like, difficult as in we were in our heads and we didn't really play the way we should have. We gave too much respect. Or it was literally hard. Harder than we expected, and we just couldn't perform.
Can you imagine Peterbot ever saying that?
Right. You never hear it
the
that
lobby was
way.
really hard. Like, it just...
Well,
they gave too much respect.
Maybe if he had to translate it to another language, right? That's my point. Is like maybe it just came across that way, but the way it came across again in English, not their native language, it was like, hey, the lobby was very hard.
Maybe I just don't think they gave themselves enough respect and gave everyone else far too much respect. You don't see teams like Peterbot and Polio, Shark and TD giving the rest of the lobby respect. You saw them keying everyone. You saw them going for anyone and everyone off spawn and then just closing out fights really well.
Yeah, speaking of which, that FN competitive account put up a little interview. It's like, hey, when you hear a team that's better than you, tell us. It's like, no, Peterbot, Polio,
It was the
dead
quietest
silent,
video I've ever watched.
They ran rattled off the 3 strongest duos you've ever heard of. Didn't even budge. That's the level of confidence that they bring to the table. But let's get back into survival stage mode here. Panzer already on the move. Again, much more on the line here for Team GK. It's all about club championship points and much and more. T1's Demis and Darm currently leading the competition. If you glance over to the leaderboard there on the right, you can see S8UL faded up towards the top, and then page 2, Virgo Shadow holding down the bar, which is currently 96 points. So 96 points, Booga Braids below them at 21. I'd say at any given time, if you are about 30 points ahead of your immediate competition, you have some buffer. So
超えた今のポイントが見たい。48ポイントでトマトモフが60ポイント。差があるな、上と。
You have some buff to that med today, so be whether between the top, where it is really close on that border. Zone pulls back towards that southeast though, where it is really close on that border. Zone pulls back towards that southeast, already find themselves in that position, going to make things really difficult for those teams. Those like red arrows, those white arrows at the very top, you can see, because they're all set up, positioned, based up on top of a hill. So be interested to see what those sort of rotations are going to look like when they make it in.
Yeah, good few of them kind of holding down those super launch pads. The team to the north already
今これ
flying
って結構いい位置取ってるくね。
But there you have it. The zone's already revealed, so Reboot is now
看板が普通に
officially
強い。
on
看板
top
が
for
普
just
通
a
に強いっていう
minute
か
left roughly before
す
this
げえわ。
closes.
ポイント取りすぎ。今何位だろう、1とか2とか。
Fans in the crowd once again. Nice little pop. Great noise coming through for Nosif and Izzy. Or are they 51 points in 9th place currently? Holding things down here.
I think the important thing for them is just staying in contention all day. They're not the sort of team that we would expect to win the whole day, but just staying in contention, keeping that crowd on your side, keeping them excited when you appear on screen. I don't know, you can sort of feel the energy. Obviously the players have those sort of noise-cancelling over-ear headphones, so in theory they shouldn't be able to hear it, but I feel like that energy just radiates. They know that they are the fan favorites here in Paris, so keeping themselves in contention is going to be really important for that.
あれさっきも8か。8だったわ。
20 seconds now until
全
Reboot's
然いけ
end.
る。まだ
And we still have
まだ2
pretty
3
much a
試合だ
single
から
team
3試合目だ
inside
か
the
ら。
zone at the moment.
でも早めに
Take a look, a lot of
一桁の
action going down here tonight and going under some pressure right now.
ボー
Phoenix
ダー
is
行
the
って
one that's
ボーダーの
taking
10
the
行
bulk
っ
of the
て
fire.
キープ
It's Oatly and Spooks who are going to be the last to rotate in as the
Muy
zone
vaya.
starts to close, but Phoenix is in a
Phoenix
world of
すると
trouble here. It's going to cost him everything, but Retro gets in just in time, actually.
Yeah.
So he does
でも
spawn in.
パンザーや
He's
ばい
going to have a chance to possibly reunite.
The worst time to go down, though. Literally the worst time to go down. If you're going to get rebooted, you want to do it earlier on. So it'll be interesting to see how Phoenix and Retro can sort of bounce back from this game after a really rocky start right there. You'll sort of see how that ended up going down. Wow, lovely little switch up from Yapko right there. Had that piece control. Shotgun into Mammoth Pistol. We've seen a lot of the good teams using Mammoth, so they're looking strong yet again.
Just looking for Jacko and Panzer's name.
今
They
こうやったら
are
めっちゃ
dead last at the
安全じゃ
moment.
ない
They needed those eliminations there. Let's see if they can continue to do that and earn some points. Jump up and out. Right behind them is Cringe Boko, Goofy, and Z-Dog. Goofy and Z-Dog had such a strong showing to kick things off. So I'm actually surprised they're so low on the standings at the moment. But again, don't count out any of these teams that have had their moments of greatness.
Yeah.
They know they can do it. There's a rotate coming through. Nice little crash pad. Action here. Breed's going to make the edit. Huga's going to make the toss. PH Zin, Ed already made their move. Huga and Breeds are on the hunt. And then jumping into a Golden Knight, like a little update here. 5 eliminations.
Wow.
Make it 6 now. It's on to, again, that Brazilian duo there. Oh, where the guy, when he rolled off, he might even get saved here. Goat's not going to get his finish, I believe. Oh, yeah, he does. Khan actually gets the full
トマトモ
finish.
フどこだ
Nice work
まだ
from
死んでない
Golden
か
Knight.
どこでいいや
Keep that confidence going, keep the vibes high. That's going to be the most important thing for them. Nicely pulled back zone here as well for Booga, who actually stayed on top of that hill. You can see a few of those arrows in the bottom right. They decided to go down onto the sort of ground next to the river. They got quite lucky that the zone is going to pull sort of around the hill rather than back up. So it seems like room loader, Khan and faded.
普通にいい位置じゃない。
live in relative peace
岩越えたが
down
一番
there. Things
一番なんだけど
fire.
め
Oh
っちゃいい
no!
I saw rockets going in from Khan and faded. They're getting active. That is going to pull back up and over. Oh man, all these teams will have to begin committing.
スカイスクロールも強い
Get
な
back out of the crevice here. Meanwhile, Sky and Scroll, pressure coming in from the high ground duos for whatever reason. Coyote and Yuma have sight
本当に
lines
今
on
め
what's happening
っ
here.
ちゃいい
Demish
位置
and
取
Darm.
ってる
Actually, they don't have to go up and over. They have that little bit of a
こ
pull.
れと今熱いな
Also
これ
kind of sneak their way on. It's like a battle happening down low, battle happening up top for supremacy here.
Demish and Darm looking to have another good game here. Been playing very well. Braids and Booga likewise. Looking to maintain that higher position. You see Gon and Knight from Furia in a good one as well. Cringe and Volko trying to recover their day so far. Find themselves in second last, 19th on the standings. They're looking to try and take this game by storm and take it by force up here on height. Rockets coming down as well, causing absolute havoc. Trying to forge a path so that they can make their way in. Make sure that that second height isn't going to look at them whilst Volko is sort of tarping ahead. Nice sort of fundamentals here from high ground. Demish and Darm clearing out these low ground layers here as well. Virgo is the one that they take out. A little bit higher actually than ultimate low, which is where these guys we know can operate very well. And the zone is just going to be so dangerous here. You can sort of see it's playing on the side of that hill. If it pulls back towards the south or the southwest, that's going to be so dangerous. That's why Shadow here is just trying to elevate as much as possible as a solo as well. Khan taking down Retro right now.
カーンバブうめえ
For the
マジ
time
カーンバブ
being.
うまい
But Khan and Fader look to have another good game here as well.
Khan and Fader are playing exceptionally well right now with their rotates here. They get Retro there just to get the finish on the way there. And I was happy we got to touch base with Shadow for a second because Shadow is solo at the moment in 6th place. Booga and Braids are still alive on their heels here in this game. And remember, there's a 30-point difference between them. So jumping up and over them is going to take quite some effort. Same can be said for Sky and Scroll, who are also at just
ここ強いマジで
108 points. But it's a fight for high ground.
今とトヨタがアンチがいた勢いトマトモフが結構いい
Panzer and Jabko from GK get eliminated.
The French boys rise, the French
モフ
fans
さんさ
rise as
めっ
well.
ちゃ
As
いい
Sky
と思
and
う
Scroll
その
the
進
complete
行と
other
か
end of phase
IGA
look to try and take
絶対
control
う
of
まい
this lower ground
ち
section
ゃんと
as
見た
they
ことな
did
いけど
in
聞い
that
たことない
last
け
game.
ど
Izzy and Nosif, the chants are coming out from the crowd. They're feeling good, they're feeling confident. They think this is their time. And Izzy and Nosif positioning themselves way up
こういう高倒してる
the
ボコ
lobby. Hopefully for them breaking into that top 6 as well. Could this be their
ユー
moment?
マが
Oh,
格差
look
か
at this though. Knight's gonna fall, goes by himself. Braids
いや
also
リフレ取れ
solo
て
playing this one out as Darm
ダム
gets
強い
Booga
ダム
there
強い
with a big elimination. This is Braids' opportunity. Can he earn 15 more points?
ユーマがもう一人
and
倒してる
jump
や
into
ばい
the top 6? That's 3. 12 more left to go. Demis, Darm, 5 elims now. Braids gets Kyoto. Can he get the finish? He's
トマト
done.
落下死じゃない
He's keeping him
こうやって倒され
alive
た
here. He makes it. Team in front of him. I think that was gone there. That's a solo. Little does he know.
ア
But
ジ
he's
ア勢
completely out of match.
お
Meanwhile,
互い
down low Sky
一
already
人ずつ
outscrolled
でも
by
やばい
himself. Scrolls
ユーマがカンババ倒してる
grinding
やばい
the
ユーマが
by
カンババ
clutching up by
でも
himself.
トマトが多分復
Braids
活
doing the
する
same for himself
モフ
here.
さんが今蘇生入れ
He's
てるっぽ
now
かった
officially earned even more points, jumping his way up to 99. But
トマトあーチェッカーもう蘇生せずにソロ伸ばしするつもりか物資渡して
Really nice clutch here from Braids, getting all that siphon scroll as well. No stranger to a solo clutch in these current
あ
situations.
ユーマさん
But
倒
look
さ
at
れ
the way
た
that the
あ
zone
ト
is
マ
pulling all
ト
the
マ
way
ト
back
カ
up
ッサス
that
か
hill. All these solos
アン
down
チ
on
で
low, all
入っ
these
て
teams fighting it out, struggling as well whilst they do. And look at this, Sound all the way down on low. Braids is still in the game as well, keeping his team inside of that top 6. Huge moments right now, but look at the zone. It's so awkward. Can he make his way up? Braids is gonna fall. No
モフさんがまだ生きてるあモフさんここで死んだこれ4位4位いい順位いい順位いい順位
That's it. There's nothing this guy can do. You can try your best and climb up and out. It doesn't matter. Nosif, Izzy will win that game and jump their way up the standings. Surely now putting themselves in the competition, in the conversation. That is how it's done. I think reality setting in. They were smiling, but they're trying to settle themselves back down, not get over
They've
参加
gotten
数
a
に
nice
伸ば
little
して
win.
くれた。
Oh, the entire Paris got to their feet right there after they took height. And then there was that moment where 12
これ
so
でいいか
crossed
な、
back over the hill.
キルは取れるん
And
だ
it's
けど
the team
順
that
位が
find themselves in an optimal position early on. It's the team that fought ahead. It's the
始
team
まるよね。
that put in that preparation in the end game to have a successful round of the team that comes out on top. And for Izzy and Nosif, this is the sort of confidence that we want to
今
see
さん
from
めっ
them.
ちゃショ
Remember,
ック
they
受
did
けて
get
る
a
やん。
win
これ今さん
in
よ
their
な。
group, but they didn't quite use it to their advantage. They couldn't continue that momentum as much as they needed to. So for Izzy and Nosif right now, to get to take a look at how it all went down, everyone down on low is just completely just scrapping it out.
I mean, it was Izzy, Nosif, and the Mountain. They played so well
Ils
together.
peuvent pas remonter, ils peuvent pas monter. Go descendre, vas-y, go descendre.
Lance. Ouais. Vas-y, frère.
You see, not much comms needed when you got the Mountain on your side there to back you up. But seriously, all jokes aside, they had the high ground. They took it at the right time. And I guess the better move was to play that upper natural elevation. It definitely ended up playing out well. We got to give credit to Braids, by the way. Two
Yeah.
eliminations there. He actually took down Scroll that was clutching there. We didn't see it on the feed, but he definitely popped off.
Absolutely popped off right there. And those solo clutches are really what can keep you inside of contention to qualify on through all the way into the finals. And just from a sort of viewing perspective, even from a neutral perspective, how good would it be to have both of our French duos in the finals tomorrow? Remember Skyjump Momsy were really good yesterday. Absolutely no shadow of a doubt that they would find themselves into that top 7 and of course into the finals. And for Izzy and Nosif, they're the fan favorites. We want to see them in those finals.
Yeah, we have to, you know. They're obviously setting themselves up for success here. They're putting themselves in a position to have the spotlight on them and really have a moment to make it to finals and then do something big. Do something great.
Yep. It's their time. I mean, with the fans on their side, with the way that they're playing, it's absolutely electric. But what I want to do is I want to hear from them right now. Zeke and Luti are standing by.
Fans, EWC, make some noise! Oh my gosh, Izzy Nosif, I cannot believe you guys just got a victory royale. How does it feel in those moments to not only get a win, but then to hear this crowd go crazy?
Qu'est-ce que ça vous fait évidemment d'avoir gagné cette game, mais surtout d'entendre toute la foule qui devient complètement folle.
Franchement, ça fait plaisir, mais c'est pas fini.
I mean, it's really cool, but it is not over.
Bah, franchement, ça nous remet un peu dans le classement, dans le haut du classement. Et ça nous motive encore plus à continuer parce que voilà, je compte le qual et je compte vous rendre fiers, les gars. Donc, let's go.
I want them to be proud of us. This game is really important for us because we're going up now on the standings and the rankings, so it's good, but not over us yet.
Obviously, that's right. It's not over. You still have to make it into the top 6 at the end of the competition for you to make it into the top 6. How will you feel coming into tomorrow's finals?
Justement, là, il va falloir que vous fassiez top 6. Qu'est-ce qui, à votre avis, qu'est-ce qu'il va falloir pour aller chercher ce top 6 et pour aller réussir à choper votre place pour demain pour la grande finale? Qu'est-ce qui manque?
Bah, franchement, juste de la constance et qu'on fasse le moins d'erreurs possible, qu'on continue de jouer comme on l'a joué sur cette game et puis normalement ça va le faire.
Consistency, the less mistake we can, and just play as we play on this game, and normally we will be able to do it for final tomorrow.
I love that. Obviously, dude, these guys are behind you. EWC is behind you. What do you have to say to these fans, and can you give them all the hype in the world because they want to hear it from you?
Qu'est-ce que vous voulez leur dire à tous ces gens qui sont derrière vous et tout le WC qui vous encourage actuellement sur cette scène?
Bah, franchement, merci à vous. Hein. Ça donne de la force et merci.
It's given us so much strength, so really thank you to all of you cheering for us.
Can you just tell them right now. Say, make some noise for us. Tell them right now.
Dis-leur, encourage-les, demande-leur de faire un peu plus de bruit encore.
Allez les gars, faites du bruit, faites du bruit, faites du bruit.
Thank you guys so much. Best of luck in the rest of your games, all right?
Bonne chance pour vos prochaines games, les gars. Une dernière fois, du bruit!
Nosif and Easy making the French crowd very happy. Vivid, what are you doing? What's going? Oh.
Alright.
Come on, I had to.
Fanboy, you have to.
I had to, man. Listen, the crowd was getting hype. I was getting hype. Izzy and Nosif, there they are, supporting, showing up for the French community, man. And they were so kind, by the way. Team Orchard were so kind to actually give me a jersey yesterday. They didn't know this was going to happen. I didn't ask for this today. I had this since yesterday. I got to rep them.
Did you get a jersey?
No, I think they ran out of my size, mate. I think.
Yeah, same. Me too. Yeah. But no, I mean, Nosif, Izzy, absolutely incredible. And you know, in day one, we also saw some great plays out of them. I believe they actually got the victory royale in game number 3. So to see them do that actually once again, that is what we want to see. We knew that they had it in them in game number 1 or day number 1, but unfortunately falling by the wayside. Just a little bit of rough games going down to 19th and 20th place. But today has already looked leagues better than day 1 for them, and you can hear it in their own confidence that they're feeling so much better about the tournament.
Yeah, they're one of the teams I predicted to enter the top 6 today at the end of the 10 games. And of course, we've seen so many times this year between these two just how they've been able to face the adversity and overcome expectations. And, you know, we already saw it in Group A a sneak peek, and we saw it a lot yesterday in Group B. The effects this crowd can have on these French players, the backing that they get, the support that they get, it really seems to do something for them, and I think it's going to carry Izzy and Nosif through today.
You know what's funny, Lev, is that we are obviously in a very, very big venue here, right? We got a lot of games going on, and sometimes when we hear the crowd cheer, we're not necessarily sure if it's this game or that game, if it's Fortnite, who are they cheering for? But there was a couple times that game when we saw Izzy and Nosif up on the higher ground, and I heard the crowd cheer, and I was like, were they cheering for them? And then we showed them again on the higher ground, and the cheers happened the exact same time. And I was like, wait a minute, this can't be a coincidence. And sure enough, it was the crowd every single time cheering for Nosif as Izzy anytime they were doing well. But also, we got to mention it, right? We kind of saw it on the leaderboard, how well some of our other teams did in some of those elimination categories. Super impressive.
Not just that, and for EC and Nosif, we got to give them props too, because the first 2 games, they ended up in 9th place, they ended up in 10th place. It's a great bounce back for that duo, and now they're putting in contention to be in the top 6 with only 7 games to go, and that's exactly what we're going to be keeping a close eye on, those top 6 duos that are going to be going towards the finals. Now, we're talking about AGL earlier on, and we got the perfect response out of that duo with the win.
Yeah, I mean, what better way to turn in a conversation about how well Sky and Scroll are doing than to give us a victory royale? But it's not just the victory royale, it's also that we are seeing them finally make it into the end game every single time. Before, there were some moments in the mid game where they went down early, and we just know how devastating that can be. So we still see a few solo clutches coming out of them, Vivid. Obviously, we would love to see them come into the end game with both players alive, but regardless, this is, again, leagues better than what we saw in the group stages.
Yeah, without a doubt. You want to talk about leagues better, Levin? I know you want to talk about them. You're probably itching to kind of talk about them. We saw when we got a quick little peek at that leaderboard, T1. Darm and Demish sitting pretty in first place right now. You kind of called on them. You wanted them to kind of have these good games. They've had good games.
Again, I think it's a reminder. The reality is, T1 are a team shouldn't really be playing today, right? You know, if you're going into the competition, most people weren't expecting them to be playing today. Same thing can be said for AJL. They're doing what they're supposed to be doing today. That's why I'm not getting too gassed. It's like, all right, man, like, should have been here.
The 11 points, I mean, in that victory royale for AGL, they ended up with 7 eliminations. Are you happy with that one? Is that exactly what you were looking for,
you know what? The second the game ended, I said, it's not quite the double digits I was asking for. You know, I'll give them a bit of grace there because they do get the win, and they've looked a lot stronger today. But yeah, I'm expecting a bit more still.
If you're talking about strong teams, we have to talk about Yasin and Salvatore. I mean, they were doing well yesterday as well. It took a little bit for them to kind of lock on, but Vivid, they have been just performing every single end game. We are seeing them alive.
So one thing that kind of put them on my radar, at least yesterday, was how many eliminations Salva was able to go ahead and pick up. But as you can actually see up here towards the top 5 of the leaderboard, they've actually just been the most consistent team in the placement category. So kind of now switching strategies, perhaps. They've been the most consistent. The eliminations are a little bit lackluster when you do compare them to some of the other teams around them. But hey, second place right now.
Yeah, highlighting more of those teams. Carlin faded. I got a lot of eyes on Carlin faded. Yesterday was a crush again for them. I think they went into that last game yesterday in a core spot, and they just had dropped out, or at least in, you know, the back end of the tournament. They were really sort of in there. again, a team who, when they qualified for RES finals, we all sort of looked at it and went, oh, okay, new kids on the block, what are they going to do? I actually didn't realize, but they're working with BloodX, right? So they're being coached by, an experienced coach, one of the best coaches in the world. I think so far, looking really strong today. Hopefully it continues.
Vivid, as we're looking at the second page of the overall ranking here, is there any team that's currently surprising you with their performance and being in the second page?
Let's take a look at it here. Actually, Oakley and Spooks, I mean, they were playing so well in their group stage. And, we kind of have this conversation about the survival stage where it's like, yeah, you kind of expect the survival stage to be just a little bit easier because technically you already have, 14 of the better teams that are already qualified to the finals. You're not necessarily competing against them. So with Oakley and Spooks doing well out of their group stage, I was like, oh, well, maybe the survival stage will be a little easier. We'll kind of see them play even better. And, we kind of saw some highlights so far from them from the day. But yeah, down there on the second page, a little bit surprising for me at least.
I'm region biased, so I'm excited to see Booga and Braids currently within that qualification spot sitting in 7th place. Obviously, they're going to want to make some changes because they want to get higher up in the leaderboard to make sure that they have that spot solidified for the top 6, actually, I should be saying.
One team that I was looking at on that second page, too, that we saw them a lot yesterday was Ioxy and JoJo Fish. I thought we were going to maybe get a little bit different here, but that's not being the case so far today.
Yeah, I was expecting a bit of a better day from them. Again, looking at that bottom 3, guys, I'm not going to lie, I'm getting a bit concerned. You're looking at Ioxy, JoJo Fish. I'm looking at Yapko Panzer, dead last 20th. I mean, oh my goodness. It was really upsetting for me yesterday when we would pan to Yapko and Panzer a lot, and it was just Panzer with his head down, like head in his hands. And it's like, you have to come into today, reset, mentally prepared to face the lobby. It just feels like they just are completely out of it right now.
And the one thing, Vivid, we got to keep an eye on, too, as you were mentioning GK there towards the bottom, the gap now to 6th place is almost 100 points. I know we've seen teams being able to get that in just one match, but it's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it's going to get tougher and tougher. These teams got to go ahead and clutch up. And this is why we love the environment that we are currently in here. Remember, these players kind of have the opportunity to take breaks after their games, talk to whoever they want. You can see Sky and Scroll having a little bit of a conversation here as well. So for some of those teams that are towards the bottom, they got to do something very, very similar. Find some way to switch it up because your games are kind of running out, right? Yeah, you can have those 100-plus point games, but you don't want to have to. And honestly, it might not even be possible to clutch up. It's top 6 today. It was a little bit more convenient in the past couple days where it was top 7, a little bit more easier for you to clutch up. Top 6 is going to be tougher.
And obviously that pressure as well, where if you're not going to make it into the top 7, well, hey, as long as if I make it into the top 17, I have another chance. But that obviously is no longer a chance that these players have. But what they do have is more games and in a completely different map. So for the teams that might not be doing so well in Elite Stronghold, they will definitely have plenty of opportunities in Slurp Rush.
There will one team that has been performing well, especially for those first 3 matches. Furia is one we've been keeping a close eye on, Levin, and right now they are in contention as they are in 3rd place. They are within those top 6.
Doing what I thought they'd do today. I mean, when they were doing the grid walk and Zeke sort of went to chat to Gon, he did not look like a brother that was about to play in a survival day. Nothing about his demeanor screamed survival. It seemed that he was thriving, he was comfortable, he was ready for the day, and that has showed in their gameplay every single game.
I mean, the fact that they missed out on qualification just by 2 eliminations, you know that they were practically qualified. They were there. They had the chance to be able to do it. So for them to be at the top already, I think that they are going to easily make it in.
But I think we talked about it earlier on, right? The high spirits that Gon and Knight were actually in after they essentially failed to qualify for finals, right? When Zeke talked to them, they just seemed so happy, man. They were happy to be here. So still, that mental game, we got to constantly talk about it. These Fortnite players, man, some of them can stay in it throughout a competition. Gon and Knight are a duo that can.
I'm hoping they continue on that consistency, too. It's a team that I personally, you know what, we're continuing with the bias. I would personally like to see them in the top 6. I would personally like to see them in match point finals. But now it's time we continue on here at Survival Stage with none other than Mini and Monster.
We would like to see them there as well, but the reality of the matter is, Monster, is that only 6 of our duos here will be making it through this survival stage. It is truly now or never. We're getting towards the 1/3 point of all of these games. Remember, 10 games here today, going into match number 4 right now. Lots of expectations, lots of legacies on the line here as well. And we're going to see 14 of our teams exit the competition today. I think AGAL are going to be really happy with how Sky and Scroller come out of the gates here.
Yes, so far, definitely really good. And that first game, a little bit of a damper maybe on our expectations of them, but surely they did what they had to do there towards the end, which, again, absolutely commendable because now they are back in the competition. Looking at the overall teams here who have now officially broken the top or just into the 100-plus point threshold. It's going to be 9th place and above. Shadow and Virgo being the most upsetting slip down. But, hey, Nosy and Izzy take 6 now. Solid, by the way. Solid lead after that last Victory Royale. So, we'll see how they can continue to perform. Well, here we have it. Match number 4 is now on the way. Those first 3 came by faster than I expected, and it only gets more and more active here game after game. Get ready for that graphic. It's going to pop up quick. It was going to be Retro who gets the first elimination to kick things off here. And then you have Z-Dog, Knight, and others still in the mix. Here's Retro. Retro, okay. Let's see more of that. This is that group stage A Retro we saw in game number 2 that took that win. Gets rolled up on though. Finish.
Honestly, a lot of this sort of off-spawn fighting is all about getting that shotgun earlier on. Who's going to get it? Braids able to pick one up in this position as well. Nosif there does go down in this sort of area as well. Salvatore in the distance as well. Rue is there as well. Braids wants to get involved in this action, of course. Rue finding that first elim right there, his second of the game so far, and finding another one.
Whoa.
Onto Braze. That was really nice, actually, just sort of putting it in reverse, waiting for Braze to drop on in, then hitting the shot whilst low HP. Pretty impressive stuff there.
This gives you a glimpse of greatness there. You saw Booger kind of backed off that fight, too. It's like, oh, yeah, you do your thing, Braids. Should be all right. Maybe it was a small mistake if they wanted to earn those points. Either way, Sky and Scroll will end up pulling up here. They find Nosif. The other side of the map. Nice little start for them as they secure their first 3 points. Take a look at the highlight from Rue. 9 shield, 3 HP, by the way. Takes down Salvatore, dances, and then demolishes Braids. Like, what was that?
What's so funny about that is if Braids takes him out there, we'd be saying, why is he emoting? What are you doing? Take it seriously. He avoided that, because of course he was able to take down Braids as well. That was quite funny. I like it when players eat. I think they should do it more.
What, emote?
Oh, why not? Yeah, emote. Tell him what's up. You know?
Get rolled up on?
Yeah, I would.
A little bit of everything. Braids is actually getting chased right now. He's back to the POI here. Oh, he actually defends. Okay, I like that. He's playing defensively because Booga's under attack here. That could have been very, very bad for them, in fact. So he goes into hiding because Booga gets caught out by Salvatore and Yasin, and that person that was chasing Braids doubles back into the POI. It was Rue and Yasin who, by the way, already showed Braids what time it was, so he wants nothing to do with that.
Salvatore and Yasin looking to find another one right here. They've cleaned up this entire area really well. Yep, there it is. There we go. Give Rue a taste of his own medicine right there. Another emote coming through, but Salvatore and Yasin, they've started the day really strongly here as well. This was probably the team that I had the most questions about in terms of they played well in the group. They didn't qualify through, but I felt like did just enough to still be considered as a top 6 team. I still wasn't quite sure, and they're coming out here really strong.
It's really interesting. It's like when they played well, they played so well. They were like, who is this duo?
Yeah.
And then when they fell short, I think it was just because they have been playing side by side, which is really interesting. They're not doing the whole like, hey, you hold this side, I'll take this side. Yeah. We'll kind of merge together and play endgame. No, they're playing together and dominating, and that's why we're kind of seeing that performance come through. It's a very unique take, I guess, on the game mode, right?
Yeah, and you don't, more often than not in Fortnite, you find a lot of success by not doing what the top teams are doing and what works best for you. Because what Peterbot and Boyo and Sharkantini do, it's very difficult to replicate because your name is not Shark, your name's not Peterbot. You can't just jump in box, you can't just carry a mammoth pistol and a shotgun. And it's very easy to get carried away when looking at some of those top teams and thinking, yeah, just do what they do, that's the only reason they find success. But you have to understand what type of team you are, and I think Salvatore and Yasin are a very good example of that as Oakley finds his first of the game. Spooks onto Cringe there as well, so it did look as though that Volker was able to get rebooted. And a big performance needed here for Yapko Panzer, who again find themselves at the wrong end of the league.
Hey, well, look, last game they were dead last. At least now they've gotten themselves a little bit of a lifeline here, earning some points finally, pushing themselves up and out of the complete bottom. Furia, Knight and Goat already on the move here. 161 points. Starting to shape up very well. Between first, second, and third, it's a pretty close race there at the top. Meanwhile, Sky and Scroll trying to fight their way up into that conversation. No Scroll at the moment as Sky's getting pushed in pretty aggressively here. This is a bad spot to be in. Scroll's got no shield. Sky goes down. Ooh.
Scroll needed a solo clutch right here just for a little bit. Goes back inside of that storm. Very weak, as you mentioned as well. So this is the sort of situation that they found themselves in, where I was really surprised about in that group, where they just kept going down early on. And then in game 2, we saw them not doing that. We saw them taking out a lot of players, getting a lot of eliminations, setting themselves up really good for that post-7th zone gameplay. And they found a lot of success. So big questions now for Sky and Score. You can see on the leaderboard, 5th place right now. Not by that much, so they do have to be very careful here. It's not done and dusted yet, and that's why some of the celebrations are quite muted, I guess you could say, particularly from the teams that are getting wins here.
Yeah, surely Luga. The scars of the battles. Not too much here on the material count overall, so he's got a bit to catch up. Love that little shot there from the crowd. Izzy's shirt with the signatures all around it. Yep, and he's got Izzy's, of course. He must be really happy about that. Have to have your favorite player's merch and your favorite player's signature, along with his duo on it.
Yeah.
Must feel good.
That was
you gotta come to these.
Well, exactly. You get to meet the players. You get to meet lots of different impressive people in the scene. I always feel bad signing things when people ask me because I feel like I'm ruining. You got your Izzy shirt with your Izzy signature. Mini-price signature. Basin and his teammate Anon, Salvatore, taking down Booga right here again, rolling on right here, Salvatore and Yassine. That's their 7th of the game. And like you mentioned, they're doing it together. So they're finding so much success in almost being the anti-strategy from a lot of our teams.
Yeah, and they're kind of pushing the coast here for this dead side rotate to get all these extra, I guess you see, chest there and whatnot, and it's actually working really well. Booga just couldn't catch a break. He's already loaded back in. He's getting back with Breeds, back over at the Peerless Spear. Meanwhile, Jeffcon Panzer at 4 eliminations now here at the hostile hold. This is pretty far north from the safety of the new zone. So we're getting late into the game here, but it's PH Zin who's on a defending shot. Oh, someone needs to siphon here. Both sides got to be quick. Japco's going to opt to shield. PH Zin also just getting, again, chunked alive here. Tries to one away. What can we find? Is there anything that can give him some White's HP? Lucky for him, there's a med kit. Panzer and Japco end up getting with one another. He finds a med kit himself there.
Holy and Spooks down and out of this game.
First duo to fall again. Again, it's been a day to forget for them so far. Thankfully for them, it's only the halfway point. They are about 60 points away from that top 6 currently. It's weird. Lots more expectation on them today, I suppose. Going into their group, not much at all. Maybe that's having a part to play. Well, they're not too far off. 60 points. They've definitely earned something. It could be much, much worse. You in that 30 range, but 60, you got a foot in the door.
And remember, everyone else is going to be gaining points right now, right? So by the end of this game, it could look more like 80-90, which is looking even worse. But you're right. It's not down and out for them completely. A lot of teams are down on 30 points. Going to have to shift things up very massively.
Demis Storm here. Tuning back in with our game or match 4-point leaders coming into this, but Salvatore and Yasin, after just going on a tear, have earned their fair share of the extra points now. Things are looking to kind of park down here at the moment. Plenty of teams in the storm here. Sky and Scroll just making their way out. 4 eliminations for them. Another hot start. So long as they don't fall, it's going to work out very well.
Yeah, they're just in a complete position of just peace right now. There's absolutely nobody in their area. Oh, Really unfortunate zone pull actually for me. Yeah. Those guys were Sky and Scroll were all looking to the east. Look at those 2 pink arrows. I was thinking, yeah, they're going to be a nice zone pull right here. It's going to be good positioning. They need to recoup some of those loot and heals and stuff from top tier training. And the zone pulls back towards the west. And even worse, back up a hill.
Algorithm's like, what? Peace? No. Here's a mountain. Let's go over there. We get pulled towards the mountain now. Let's see it. Shadow Virgo, Yuma Coyote, some of the first to touch base. Darman Demish, you see, kind of face down. There's S8ULs, Khan and Faded. Very explosive duo right now. That was pretty dangerous of Khan. He had one hand off the keyboard, which is wild to think about.
As they're confident. Actually, wood builds as well. You got the extra card right there. Gone a Knight. Team that's flying in a little bit later. You can see a lot of teams making these later rotations. It is a 2-tick right now. That's why they're having to stop. Take a moment to breathe, pop one of these med kits before they do make their way into that dead side of zone. Really nice rotate. You can see on the bottom right of the screen, that mini-map. They do have a little bit of time until that zone does start to close, though, so you have to imagine they'll be getting onto that edge. It does close completely, I should say. As looking like they can get in a really nice position. Yeah, they make their way into the zone, which is really important for them. And a team that really, I think we should have had higher expectations maybe than we did for these guys, because the way they played was really good. If they qualify through today, they showed that they can play height, they can get wins. It's like, yeah, why not see these guys in finals? Why not give them a shot?
Yeah, they were only 8 points off. Had they not fallen slightly early in that last game, couple more elims, you can argue. Regardless of the clutch from some of the players we saw in that last game, was it Fuku? It wouldn't have been.
Yeah, literally. Yeah,
that close.
And they had 2 wins as well. And 2 wins, and they still didn't qualify through. Consistency is important as well. Oh, Sky and Scroll. Who do they upset? The Fortnite gods. They've had another zone pull, absolute max. They really want to make it difficult for them. Booga. Reboots are disabled right now, so Braves will not be back in this game for the rest of it. Booga down to a solo. Demish and Dharma, a team that haven't really been rocked all day. They've looked really solid. Looking a little bit weak on everything right now as well. Those white HP, having to use those splashes. Med kits being invested here as well. They're waiting for that zone to start pulling around. Unfortunately for them, they do have Yapko and Panzer that are looking to hold them down, but Panzer does get taken out by God, and they're going to close in on this position. They are. Look at this aggression here from the Brazilian duo. The Brazilian region, of course, as well.
Panzer slips out of there. He's still alive, technically. He falls to the low ground. He might actually end up getting saved. We'll see. Oh, Virgo finds him there. He had a moment. There was a chance. A little glimmer of hope, but Gone and Knight are firing off right now. They're looking really good. They are leading the rotates as well. This is all on top of the Chisholm Cube. You can see the terrain getting really awkward there, so have to break through. Meanwhile, Sky and Scroll on the other side, just looking for the pixels in the sky.
Hit this? Oh my
goodness. He clips cringe in slow motion. That was a filthy shot. You know, normally players render out that far.
Yeah.
He saw him.
I could barely see him. I had my eyes on the monitor there, trying to look at where the player even was, let alone
a little shooting star.
Managing to look like it. That was crazy.
Who's on height? Got Japan, Toyota, Yuma. This is the game they need. This is the type of exciting play we need from this duo.
Yeah, they have that. I think they have that sort of confidence in themselves. They understand that they are a team that can perform on LAN. Haven't quite seen that level yet today. Just find themselves outside of that top 10. But they're in contention, putting themselves in a good spot here as well. Demish and Dharma's managed to recover, and it's these mountainous zones that have been really difficult for those teams all the way down on low ground. That's why the position of Yuma and Coyote is of much importance. Gone and Knight also finding their second elimination, of course, just earlier on. And they're just looking to try and play a lot of these layers now down below. I think the zone does pull a little bit down as well, so as we saw earlier from Izzy and Nosif, the team that stay up, the team that think ahead, are going to be the ones that find the most success, but that's much easier said than done.
Yeah, definitely. But look, they already have 2 elims. They have plenty of material here. They still have a lot to work with. There goes the split from Knight, or to Knight from Bone. Booga is still alive right now, but there's still 19 duos up remaining. No material count. It was just a matter of time.
ブーが落ちると結構熱
Saw
くね
his reaction there. A look of pain just settles in.
7位いやめっちゃいいとこ
Roll
落ちた
falls though. That's gonna be pretty rough. Demis just catches him off guard there. Now it's all up to Sky. We've seen this before here. It's an important moment right now too, not to drop the ball here.
Not even in placement points yet. Gone a night. Got plenty of material count as well, so they can keep their wits about them in this mid ground. We've seen plenty of solo clutches from Scroll this week, and Sky now do the same. More than capable. Done so incredibly well across the course of this duo's career as well. Loadout looking good, materials looking okay. Which is exactly what you need for these solo clutch situations. Sky, you've got your team on your back. AGAL fans watching on. In order to get them to qualify on through right here. Just looking for an opportunity for a little pick. Looking towards the backside of zone. Has gone a night looking very healthy inside of this mid-ground. Huge moments for them because, of course, with Sky and Scroll down to just a solo. Gone a night have an opportunity to continue to push themselves forward. Scroll gets caught out in his box. There's another team spraying on through as well. Heights looking as well. Another team take him out. That was Dimash. So Dimash and Dom have taken out Sky and Scroll. You'd have to say their most immediate competition in terms of ability faded down as well as Gon gets his third to continue their propelling through the endgame.
That's a surprise too. While all that was happening, so Toyota fall too. Somehow, high ground not exactly working for them, so they're going to concede to giving it up. Meanwhile, we still have Dark in this game right now. 7 missiles in the rocket launcher. Gon ends up by himself here. Oh, look at that. Actually manages to save Knight potentially here. There's a team breaking out. It's just Shadow there. Shadow's going to lose the battle. It's up against Meanwhile, Darmageddon back in the game. Kind of gathered themselves here. Rockets are coming out. He's recognized, hey, I got to use this or it's going to go to waste and into the hands of someone else. Meanwhile, Jojo, Fishy, and Aoxy end up on high ground. This time, it's not in the last game of the evening. It's much earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, they're looking to start today as they finished yesterday. Dimash gets another elimination. That's their 6th of the game. Using that RPG so well as well. The crowd are up to see Izzy finding one in the feed there as well. Aoxy and Jojo Fishy. No eliminations on them so far. They played this game very well, but you can see that reflected in their materials as well. Only 20 builds there on that team on high. Zone pulls back down towards the bottom as well, towards the POI. So for the teams on low ground, they're going to have to battle it on through. You can see Izzy and Nosif doing that right now. And Paris erupts. They get their 6th of the game. Low ground is theirs. They're continuing to plow on through. They're looking to keep that momentum going off the back of that win. Izzy and Nosif are here to play.
They have a feeling there's someone out there in the storm. It's actually Z-Dog, but look at this. Izzy plays a side angle, getting behind. Darm and Demis have dug a tunnel. And they're off. Just trying to play for placement points right now. Not sure how well that's going to end up working out. We'll see. Aoxy and Jojo surely have the most dominant position here and now.
Uh-oh.
Oh, they split off in different directions too. I don't think they even really knew what they wanted to do. Demish falls.
Domston in it. Domston leading off there in the backside of the storm. So he's got a med kit. He's doing okay. Aoxy now having to drop down. The materials are dwindling. Nosif down to a solo as well. 6 eliminations on these guys. Get stuck on such an awkward position right there as well. And does end up falling to Jojo Fishy, but a huge game for the French.
Yeah, Darman Demish also out. So this is a 2v2. Ruin Moda. For Ruin Moda, this is a defining moment for them. Can they fight their way into top 6? Here and now, or at least get closer to it, but no, they try to go for the heal off. It's not going to be enough. In the end, Aoxy and Jojo Fishy managed to win another game here at the LAN event. And again, the seriousness on their face because they lost out on potential points. So I'm thinking Rumoda just denied them, considering, hey, maybe we can't exactly turn this around. It's not looking too great. And just like that, at least they're back in the tournament though, Mini.
Yeah, I mean, remember, Aoxy, Jojo Fishy, they had a good game, a good finish to the day yesterday, but unfortunately today has been an absolute disaster for them. They haven't even got a single placement point heading into this game. 16th was their best performance, and that's why the reaction very much lulled and not too excitable, because unfortunately for them, they haven't been able to have much to celebrate about throughout this entire week so far. You can see the points that they're on. Rue, of course, had no heals, so couldn't survive in the storm for much longer. 5 eliminations on him, though, so we'll be more than happy with that. But Jojo, Fishy, Aoxy. I think a lot of frustration you can sort of sense from those guys because they know they're capable. They've picked up a win. They picked up a win in the group stage, arguably a harder lobby. They picked up a win here in the survival stage, but it's all the stuff before that. It's the position that they find themselves in where it doesn't mean as much as it could, as much as it should. If we get 3 good games at the beginning of the day, that win would have been cause for celebration, but the Sky and Scroll as well. Sky not able to solo clutch maybe as much as he would have wanted, so they're really keeping it interesting right here for the latter stage of this competition.
Yeah, most definitely. CSE no Sif. Spirits are still up. Oatly and Spooks there. We caught a little glimpse of them for a moment. Definitely need a little bit more work.
Definitely, but game number 4 was absolutely fantastic. It was electric, but we've got more coming up.
Joined here up in the stands, going to be supporting Sky and Scroll. I'm joined with their mothers here. Thank you guys very, very much for taking the time. Real quick, we got the game going on, so I just want to go ahead and see how they're feeling. Listen, watching Scroll throughout the day today, unfortunately yesterday, kind of knocked down to the stage today. How do you think they're feeling?
The boys are ready. They were, of course, disappointed yesterday, but they are always prepared and ready for a new day.
Okay, and Scroll's mom, thank you very much. How has it been sitting up in the stands and watching Sky play on stage?
I think it's quite nice. I love to see them play, and support them all the time. So nice. Yeah.
Thank you. And listen, one more time, any words of encouragement for the guys? Hopefully they qualify through to tomorrow, and if they do, any words of encouragement for them?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Words of encouragement.
We just support them from here. We have all the support.
Perfect. And there it is, guys. Yes, very, very supportive, and that helps the players a lot.
Tap it. Okay. You play medkit. Take your go down there. I'm no match. Yeah. I'm gonna drop down. Sir. Take all my gold. You dropping? Oh, shit. That's not good. Oh, did we get a kill?
How'd they die?
I don't know.
4 games down in the survival stage and only 6 left to go. That being said, me and Taco here to kind of talk about what's happening so far, and I feel like we're seeing a little bit of a runaway towards the top of the leaderboard. Those first and second places up there towards the top. I feel like first we got to talk about it. Salva and Yassine just playing so consistently today.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting dynamic, but I think that the switch really started to flip for them in yesterday's competition. Right around that game 4 or 5 period, we started to see Salva just get so incredibly aggressive, and honestly, he's been fragging out and carrying a lot of that into today's competition. If they keep it up at this rate, Middle East might just have their representative for finals.
And I feel like that's got to be the conversation. I keep bringing it up personally, but Taco, these smaller regions, you are so used to going to LAN events where you're kind of watching these smaller regions perform in those finals. To kind of see so many already make it into the finals and see some playing super well here today, it's got to mean a lot for that.
Oh, obviously, and not only that, but also knowing that they're just one of the 2 teams still left over from the Middle East side of things, because we've seen what took place in the Group A stage and Group B. Unfortunately, there were some eliminations that costed things, but hey, they can still carry the torch.
Without a doubt. And now kind of like the opposite side of the conversation, right? A team that maybe necessarily expected to already be in those finals. I feel like everybody kind of supporting the EU region expected them to do so well in their group stage. It's got to be Dharm and Demas. That being said, they have picked it up immensely today.
Yeah, they have clearly been doing tons of VOD reviewing, like they can get pretty big credit for Sven and just their work ethic. But I've been really impressed by the way that they've come out super strong in the first half of today's competition. Hopefully they'll be able to carry over some of that into the secondary once we switch over to Slurp Rush.
And did you see that game, how they played that last game out, right? Kind of all the way down in the tunnel, just strictly playing for placement points. If they can play like that throughout the rest rest of the day. That's pretty much all they need. They have such a good placement towards the top of the leaderboard.
Right, and it's made it very clear that they have a great understanding of how to not only look for those strong elimination matches, I mean, cough, cough, 18 from yesterday, but now if they can continue locking in on the consistency for placement, they'll just remain right there at the top. They've already built up a nice cushion.
Yeah, would love to see Darman Image continue to do it. Would love to see Salva and Yassine continue to do well. One more team. Who would you like to see start to do well here in the survival stage?
You know, this might be a little bit of bias, but I got to see the Lion, dude. Booga and Braids. I'm ready to see them start really picking up the pace here. And I know that all of these teams, though, 14 of them going to be sent home. It's heartbreaking, but they're all putting in their best effort.
All right, you talked about it. Listen, the survival stage. Let's go ahead and jump into the halfway point. Game number 5. Our casters are red.
That's right. This is it. I mean, we're hitting right into match 5, and then the players will have a moment to really evaluate their current situation and their stance in the tournament. Top 6 move on. The standings is all that matters. The other 14 will have their tournaments cut short and their keys crushed.
You don't want to be one of those teams. There's plenty of them. Percentages-wise, you're more likely to be one of those teams, but with how Darman Dimash, Yassine, Salvador are playing today, they do not want to be in that position whatsoever. For the teams on this second page, Edson, PH Zin, Phoenix, Retro, Yapko, Panzer, Cringe, Volko all finding themselves in the bottom half of this bottom half. They've really got to turn things up right now. And even though we're going to go to a new map after this game 5, we've seen how momentum can carry over different maps. We've seen how momentum from Peterbot and Poyo. Remember, they won. They didn't have a very good start at all. They won the last game on Elite Stronghold, then went ahead and won the first game on Slurp Rush. It doesn't completely disregard all of that momentum as well. So this is a really important moment for our teams, because this is really, truly where you get to decide and you get to determine what type of team you're going to be. Are you going to be a team that's fighting for the top 6 just outside? Are you going to be a team that's trying to hold on to first? Or are you going to be a team at the bottom of the leaderboard that need to just throw every single strategy book out of the window and try something completely new?
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing is that Sky and Skrull are in that dangerous territory right now where they don't have buffer room comparatively to Izzy, Nosif, and above. So being in 6th place, currently holding the threshold at 147. Their next jump up to get up and over Izzy and Nosif, they will have to best them by roughly 40 points. So there is quite a significant margin, a significant gap being kind of designed around 5th and above, and Sky and Skrull are just clinging on to 6 currently. We'll see what they can do. Can they get that big game? More desperation, I feel like, as the rounds go on and the players just go all out for the drop. This is how you want to do it, though. You can easily earn yourself a quick 20 points here. You are lucky. Braid's going to do just that, continuing to kind of solidify his way back into this conversation. Virgo's going to be one of the first to fall. Darm, Salvatore, and Tomat as well. Very, very nice job so far. Braids with a 3rd elimination. Just like that, Coyote finishes him as well. And then it's between him and Goofy here. Japan versus OCE. Coyote has already gotten 2. Gets the 3rd. That is what we want to see from our friend Coyote here. Very nice team for the Zeta boys.
Yeah, they need that too. 12th place right now going into this game. 96 points. Remember that threshold, Sky and Skrull, 147. That is a considerable amount, 51 points behind that top 6 right now. So those few eliminations are going to be really, really vital for them, just to keep them in contention, to keep the vibes high going into the latter half of the competition. No sit down on the feed right there as well. Coyote just praising how well they were doing. Unfortunately, getting stuck in a bit of a sandwich right now. Unfortunately, going out as well to Tomat and Mofu, who I think the strategy here is just to try and roll on through the rest of the solos to find themselves battling it out at the beginning.
Nearly had that too, had both of them very, very weak for a second there. In the end, though, Tomat, Mofu will be the victors of the drop, the hot drop, if you will. Hostile Hold will probably be their next stop after they fully solidify their loadouts here. So, in any case, definitely appreciate it. Sky Skrull back on the hunt right now. 6th place as we see them again. 147 points now. Jumping out to Jojo Fishy. The action is real. And down
意
he
図せ
goes.
ずにキル防いで
A
ほしい
quick and swift elimination.
Pretty good there from Sky and Scroll. This is what we were talking about earlier. We want to see more of this early game aggression. We want to see more of these eliminations because they are the best team in the lobby. On paper, they're the best team in the lobby. Why not prove it? Why not go into the early stage of these games together, fighting it? You can see their family there
今こうやったベース
in
デ
the
プスダ
bottom
ウン
of the screen. Some memes as well.
こうやったがちょっとデ
Let's
カ
see
ポ
more
飲
of
み
this
たい
from
とこ
Sky
ろ
and
だけ
Scroll.
ど
Let's see them put themselves in a winning position
そこは落ち着
going
いて
into that
言い間
seventh
がさ
zone
ない
because
で
that's when they won the game.
I feel like that's what we're seeing out of Yuma and Kyoto right now as well. This is a hero's
デムス
effort
かデ
from
ム
them
スが
to try to really
ダウンを
confirm
逃げた
things here, right? Set a stamp on it at the elite stronghold.
資
After
材がな
this,
い
we're
から
going to
か
retire this map. We're going to be moving on
常に
after the players
そう
get
だ
their kind of moment to recoup. Hari and Khaled. I mean, they've earned themselves some points. I feel like we haven't seen them once here on the show. Our
やべ
focus has been so
ノシフ
top heavy
バレてる位置が
given the performances.
こっち側
Joseph
っての
and
がバレてる
Izzy's just getting farmed right now. Izzy at least did
もう
just spawn in. That could have been
やっぱり復活して
terrible
るか
for
ら
them. So works out that at least Nosif, although he gets finished here, Izzy did just spawn in. Otherwise, they would have been fully eliminated.
Yeah. And Shari as well. Sal, they're a
やばいやばい
team that's
イジイジやばいイジやばいイジやばい
Now look at this though, Izzy
あー耐えた
for Izzy.
逃げたのを外してる
Luckily,
Poor
Nosif
Giri
is still
Giri no.
alive, so they won't have to worry too much
かもら
about
れ
that
てるな
situation. But as I say, that Nosif goes up in the sky,
対
flying
抗されてここで
down.
壊滅ノシフイジ
Just the vibe in this
や
arena.
ばいもう感染
It
した
was
人もう頭抱え
deafening.
て
The silence from everybody. Everyone is in a state of shock right now. The team in 5th place. The team that everyone's looking at. The
スカイ
team
スク
that
ロール
everyone's
VS
hyping up.
ド
Go
ッグ
down in such awkward fashion. But great news for Sky and
ドッ
Scroll,
グコ
who
フ
are
ィー
closing on in. And they need to make up that difference, and that's going to help them out greatly.
Great news for the rest of the players roughly inside the top 10,
Coffee da.
honestly.
Yeah.
You need these
コフィーだコフィー
consistent warriors at the top to start faltering. Otherwise, they're just going to run away with things. The gap's going to get too wide, but hey, Nosif and Izzy being down here really does start to open up the runway for everyone else. Jackco Panzer still trying to find their way
バン
through.
ザー
Still
だけ
trying
ど
to
さ
find
タイ
their
ム
footing here in the tournament.
めっちゃいいのに
It's just tough. I
順
mean,
位が伸ばせてない
thought this sort of format maybe would play into Yapko Panzer's hands, the experience that they have.
なんでここ
Just, yeah,
もう一
this
回見
year
せるの
overall really just been one to forget, unfortunately. So we get to see how Nosif there, of course, did go down. Just so unfortunate. And they've made this second half really interesting, at least. I can only imagine they won't find themselves in that top 6 by the end of this game, depending on, of course, how teams below them end up doing. But they're giving these fans something to watch. They're not running away with it and making things really easy for themselves. They're making it difficult. And as I said before, Izzy and Nosif, they're a team that clutch up in the final moments. They're a team that I wouldn't be surprised that need a win in the last game and get one. So it's like, yeah, it's an unfortunate situation for them, but they've got to back that clutch ability, that clutch factor that they seem to have, and they're going to need it right now.
Other teams on the heels here, Virgo
Scroll
and
duo.
Shadow being one of the more
Kawa.
notable ones. SAUL's Faded, though, and Khan are not the ones behind, but currently very much in the lead, holding 3rd place here and closing that gap fast. If they
ス
can
クロールが逃げるの
pretty
がうま
much
い
close things out here onto Scroll
で
and
も
Sky.
ここは
Sky
勝負
needed
に行っ
this
たけど
more
さ
than
すがに
ever.
普通
But
に勝て
Khan
ない
and Scroll or confirmed Elam onto Scroll there
あそ
with
こで
Faded
勝負に
Sky
行って
just
あ
kind
そ
of
こで
waiting
食らわ
by
せる
here.
のがやばい
Cannot afford to take the risk anymore. He's quite literally watching the action go down right
こ
there.
れで今が12人
See what Sky can do. Scrolls back in the game. It's tough because I was hoping they would sort of roll through a few of these duos here early game. You can just see the nerves from the friends and family and the coaches just on display.
トマトムフ今
Every single one of these games matter because
まあまあ
the importance of this game has just been amplified. The fact that Izzy and Nosif are down and out. Yeah, every game is important, but this is really even more important because it's an opportunity as much as anything.
Big look of concern on the faces there of the parents, friends, coaches there in the crowd. You get that cheeky smile on Khan's
おトマトが勝っていく
Trying to secure
この
the
1v1
drop
は
themselves. Mofu continue to
Toman
turn up
って言われてる
right now after taking down Coyote. There's before. It's a fight for the Many Machine right now. Legendary Fish as well. That's always an interesting pickup. Sometimes they'll go for it. Depends on who you are.
Please.
トモフ
Make
が
the final
8位
elimination
に
with that. I
ここ
want
上が
to
っ
see
て
it. Not try and come up with a line for if that happens, you know? A final blow.
ブーガがな結構もう
Uh-oh.
きつそう
Braids very, very hurt. Uga trying to play a little more defensively, but he's putting himself between Gon and Knight now. Peyton and Edson, these are two Brazilian duos. Right in between. Very much known for their aggression, though. These teams usually don't give
Oh, I
up.
saw.
And they might be giving a signal to Gon here. Get in there. Go for it. We're pressuring from behind. Go ahead.
What a horrible position to be stuck in for Booger and Braid. You can see they've had to invest a lot of their materials here as well. They need to use some of these med kits.
やばいねアジアと
The
違っ
actual
て
position in zone is quite good. You know, they're in the zone's
他
now,
の
the
地
storm is
域
now
の人
moving.
とか
So
途中
they'll
で
be
や
more
め
than
る
happy with how they are, and the fact they were able to survive that is really important. But because they
Asiaも
invested so many of those
アジアンヘイトだ
builds, they're
から
not going to find too many eliminations right here. They're not going to find opportunities to go and refarm in this particular area. So you can sort of see them now just looking around. What's in the area? Where can we actually go? Where can we disengage and try and recoup some of these materials? Because that's going to be on the forefront of their mind right now. And you can just see them getting on the move right now. They're on the left side of the screen, looking to try and make a little refarm potential. Khan and Faded, we've seen them putting themselves in positions to win games today, just haven't been able to close it out, which is important not just for today, but also for the finals if they do make their way in. Remember, it's match point format in the finals, so 350 points as soon as you get there. You need to then get a win in order to actually win the entire event. I believe there is still a match cap as well, though, right? 15 matches overall capped up.
Yeah. It's gonna be quite the day for sure. We've seen that players that can play at a pace that can actually break that match point format, though.
Yeah.
Cold was easily on track. Peterbot
子供
was.
が9位で
Sharpantini was.
130ポイントで
I mean, you can argue today,
こういった
Tempest
ユ
and
マが
Darmar
2位
definitely playing pretty hot. So anyone that kind of goes on a streak, stays consistent,
まあまあまあ
give or take around match 7 or 8, we'll start entering into match point conversation territory. That's going to be fun. That's never before seen, by the way. I think that's
Yeah.
worth giving all the credit to the EWC team here. Obviously, experimenting, having fun. This entire product's been exceptional to watch kind of come together. Even this year today, the survival stage, one of its kind.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday, can we have Jacob doing emotes on every broadcast we do?
I sent him the contract. I think he's already in. It's all good. It's getting taken care of. It's going to be awesome.
I want to see it. I'm not going to volunteer, personally.
Careful what you sign up for.
Oh, God.
Well, you wanted to watch, right? Here you go. Need you to do this one.
I don't know what I'll be doing for the last half of today.
Salvatore Yasin
その通りが
continuing that
今
same
何
look
位
of
か
determination
進化に
here. Have full control of things here outside the chisel cubes. These vending machines tend to be hot spots for players, but no one kind of coming this way. Everyone jumping on, up, and over, getting more of the high ground positioning instead. Sky and Stroll included. The Storm weighing in on their HP, but overall, seems like they got enough just to bounce back into the tournament.
Yeah, they've found themselves in a nice position here. They've found themselves in a good state going into this endgame. 20 seconds to go until reboots are going to end. We have seen players going down at this point, which if you do go down and reboot before that timer ends, you can still get back into the game. So it's determined by when you actually get eliminated. And it doesn't look as though
ト
anyone
マ
is
ト
going
ち
to
ょっ
get
とななん
eliminated.
かシャバそうだな
Such a horrible time
場
to
所
go
が
down, so I think all the teams sort of know that.
あれ
That's
でも
probably the most
先端
peaceful
じゃねワンちゃん
stage of
トマト
competition and stage of the game. So
ガチガ
we're
チ
sort
先
of in
端
the
取
same
って
boat right there. Another difficult
Put it.
zone pull for Sky and Stroll. They're going to have one of these Crash Pad Juniors in order to try and make it a little bit easier. Sky leading the way right now. Scroll trying
ちょ
to
っと微妙そう
ensure
な
that
場所
nobody's
が
following and
神な
shooting
場
them
所
in
に
the
なっ
back.
てしまった
I like the way they sort of stagger that rotation as well. No need to try and make your way all the way in. For Khan and Faded, trying to forge a
これ
path
絶
their way
対
through, trying to
完
scout
全に
out, see
先
what's
端
ahead.
取ってるもん
They do have those overdrive grenades as well.
マップで言う
Potentially even maybe
めっちゃ先
a
端のキン
launch
グ
pad
と
with
か
how late they're leaving this. They might want to use one later on,
Ka-
though, although they do have that
薄緑
favorable position
薄黄緑みた
inside
い
the
な
storm. Yeah, one singular overdrive grenade gets them pretty much into the zone. So nice opportunity for them, spotting out a few materials there as well, so maybe we'll top that way.
Yeah, I'm glancing around. I'm looking for Virgo and Shadow, just trying to see if we get a little bit of an update on their situation. Remember, they're also very, very close. Here it is, Virgo with 24 HP, a successful rotate, only because they're alive. But it's going to cost them the remaining of their heals. This is their opportunity, one of the rare chances you have now to jump up and snatch away Nosif and Izzy's positioning here. I know the crowd might not want to hear that, but these are the types of chances you get very rarely in a tournament format like this. And same thing can be said for Khaled and Hari. Or Shari, you saw there. They're still alive. They're at 134 here as well.
スカイスクロールに絡まれそう。めちゃくちゃ位置的に絡んできそうだな。先端取れてたらいいんだけど。
Getting overtaken, so interesting to see what things are like for that. Sky and Scroll, of course, find themselves in this position. Gone and Knight looking to try and have yet another good end game.
Oh, Shadow's down.
That's not ideal though for them.
We're going for Knight. This is their chance to break away for Virgo now. This is his chance to have to clutch here. He really wants to kind of remain competitive. Ooh, almost lands in a box with a player. It's always a scary situation to be in. Going through a major POI. They could end up finding some leftover loot. Going Knight on the other side. No elims earned just yet, so no points earned here is actually very, very much questionable. This could really go either way, looking at things now.
Yeah, kind of strange for them as well. We've seen them getting a lot of eliminations coming into the end game and then a lot of eliminations in the end game itself. So maybe they understand fourth place right now for them. They need to just find a little bit of consistency here. They probably looked in the feed as well. Nosif, Izzy down, so playing things a little bit more calmly. But as of right now, no points for them. Khan and Faded, 2 eliminations for them so far. Basin is their target at the moment, spraying the pressure on through. Zone pulls back towards that north. Couple of teams on the low grounding has to try and make their way up. Retro and Phoenix looking to try and get another win as we saw them get one in Group A. Holding down that position up on high. But as we've seen, it's not safe and sound as of yet. Dharma and Demush looking to go on up. I don't think they'll go for height here, Dharma and Demush. They're not the sort of team that have been doing that today. We did see it yesterday in Group B. Whether they'll want to do it again, we'll have to wait and see. Booger and Braids, though, good opportunity for them as well. A couple of difficult positions ahead of them. Matt down as well, just ahead of them as well. So really important that they do well. Sky and Scroll down where they belong on the low ground. And that's Virgo and Shadow completely out as well.
Yeah, they tried no points earned there. A 0-point game for Virgo and Shadow. They get frozen in 7th. Booga Braids are ramping their way up right now inside the top 10 here currently. Gone and Knight trying to see what more they can do again. Haven't quite really began earning points yet. So everyone coincidentally inside the top 5 really hasn't changed much. Izzy's position being contested just yet, but that's all going to change here as there are only 27 players remaining.
Look at this though, Dharma and Demush up on high. 0 eliminations so far, so very different to the way they got that 18 elimination win yesterday. No wins for them so far today as well, so they're still looking for that first win. They want to prove to us that they can take wins in these sort of formats. Going to be really vital for tomorrow's finals. Scroll a bit wounded down on low ground. No shield either. Sky looking to try and forge a path all the way through. Goes through all these old builds as well through this major POI. Dharma and Demon's getting contested up on high. Khan and Faded are the team that are looking to take it. They've been playing high so much today. They're trying to make it their domain, but the materials are dwindling. Khan looking to try and ensure that they don't go down to full damage if they get chopped. Using that Flowberry Fizz. Booger and Braids now down as well, but Khan and Faded looking to have a little bit more success here on height than we've seen them.
Big chance right now for Sky and Scroll. Those are some key eliminations. 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th are down and out. So Sky and Scroll have a chance here to make a runway for themselves. That's going to be hard to catch up after this break. Coming up, hold on, give it a second. Khan and Faded still going for it. 4 elims now. High ground is theirs, and they're closing in on Dharma and Demush's lead too. Dharma and Demush finally get themselves their first elimination here. That's out to Yasin. So no Salvatore in sight. Khan still pressuring from up top. Plenty to work with other than the material counts. They went with such a late high ground take, but in the end it ends up working out as they're inside the top 10. Scroll gets Salvatore finishing up that duo. No map picked up though. It's all up to Sky. He's got a little bit of work with. Teams on his heels is Knight and Gone. Knight falls first. Very nicely done. refresh here. Another edit from up top. And then Oatly and Spooks, 7 elims, trying to play for a win here. This could put them closer inside the top 10. I mean, we said it, Minnie. Just one game can all of a sudden put you into conversation. Scrolls down, Sky still in, 6 elims here and going.
And Sky takes down Demus right there as well. That's one of their immediate competition ahead of them. Spooks and Oatly, though, looking to put OCE on the map. And so is Z-Dog and Goofy. Spooks and Oatly, the only duo alive right now, though, as Sky tries to make his way into that zone. Spooks and Oatly trying to prove why to the other day was not a fluke. And they take the game. The rest of the lobby tumbles so quickly. The energy is there, the vibes are high, and going into Slurp Rush, they reignited the belief.
Love it, love it. Oatly, you can see the excitement on his face as he finally eases up and gets that land victory. He's got to come back down to earth. There he is, there he is. Okay, he's back. He's back.
He's like, yeah, hang on, no, we've got to stay cool here.
He's like, all right,
maintain the aura.
I'm still Goatly. Still Goatly. I got to get back to it.
That's good, though. I mean, I think it's important for them to prove to everyone that yesterday, the way that they performed was not a fluke. Going off the chain, the aura. Oh, so cold. Coldly, you call them, why not? Demus and Dom, though. What a performance from these guys.
That was a good one. Take a look at the highlights here. From Oatly's perspective, I mean, they made it look easy. They had that Nitro high ground. It was good. So your winner, Spooks and Oatly, Team Jogo, that was quite the win. And again, a very, very important win. Way to get a dub as you go into this like kind of next session where you get to sit back, kind of reevaluate things, prepare for the Slurp Rush. Like, this is the time to do it.
Yep.
Help kind of rejuvenate yourself, then come back ready and push for a strong back half of the tournament. They did so well yesterday.
Yeah.
Just makes you wonder, a slightly better start. They'd be very far ahead right now.
Well, it changes the context of that halftime break. These guys have got a little bit of time right now to maybe look at those VODs, just take a break, take a breather, have a sip to drink. And I think it just changes the context entirely to the point where it's now going into that break feeling confident, feeling good, happy about how things are going. But for a team like Izzy and Nosif, that's the complete other side of things. They're a team that didn't end the game right there particularly well. And that now changes how they look at things. Even Sky and Scroll, they'll still be expecting so much more from themselves. And it's going to be interesting to see how they continue to develop throughout the second half of the day as well, because they're not done and dusted either.
You know what? We also got to give shouts to Z-Dog and Goofy. I'm looking at the points.
Yeah.
They also, with that second place there, puts them just possibly ahead. Again, we'll wait for the official score confirmations ahead of Oatly and Spooks, though. So, all of which are now pressing on the heels of Izzy and Nosif, who had the biggest upset falling early there. So now really does become anyone's race all the way down to roughly 13th place.
Wow.
All teams from 6th and 13th are now in contention for Izzy and Nosif's spot.
It's all getting really close here. You know, the latter half of competition is going to be absolutely fantastic. It's going to be close. It's going to be hotly contested. That top 6 is where your eyes got to be set on. That's the amount of teams that are going to qualify on through. And for those finals tomorrow, you do not want your keys getting crushed, or else you will not get a spot in those finals. Remember, match points can be super important as well. All about how you can get wins, how you can perform on that stage under the pressure. And for the second half of today, the pressure is truly going to be on for our teams.
Yeah, you can see Shadow very much disappointed on how things kind of went that last game. It was so close, yet so far. For us to see that winner's banner there, what better than to hear from Barney with the voices themselves that won that game.
Spooks and Oatly managing to secure that ever so crucial victory royale before going into the second half of the day on the survival stage. Spooks, let's quickly chat. How vital were those points? What were the comms like going into the final moments of that map?
We were low on points going into that game. I just told Oatly, let's go for high. We'll win the game, and finish the first half off good.
Has that kind of boosted the confidence then going into the second half, managing to secure those points? Kind of lifts a bit of that pressure off, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Next half, we'll just qual.
I I like it. Next half, speaking of that, it is, of course, Slurp Rush. Feeling a bit more confident on that map in particular, or is it just kind of more of the same?
It's more of the same. We're landing a new drop, but we should be good.
I love it. Short and sweet. Nice and nice moving. I like this. Right, Jogo, of course, that's Spooks, that's Oatly. Smashing it here on the main stage on the Gadia City grid. But of course, we've got 5 more maps to go until we close out the survival stage. So hopefully you boys can do it. We'll see you guys in the latter half of the day. But for now, let's go back to you guys.
You're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
What is going on, everybody? We have Darm and Deemish here representing SKTT1. Friends, I gotta ask you first, how are you feeling about the competition so far? No big deal. You guys are just going crazy, popping off.
I mean, it's definitely easier than yesterday. So, I mean, you can see even on the leaderboard, you know?
Yeah, well, the difference in like being good in this lobby is way lower than probably like yesterday. You know, we just got better. Yesterday was a disaster. We just like locked in today. You know.
It shows you guys are doing so well right now. I'd love to ask you guys about EWC and kind of the framing around that. Being picked up by T1, what an honor. I mean, look, you and Fakers, you guys are coworkers now. How does that feel?
I mean, it feels great. It's like one of the biggest, if not the biggest organizations in the world, you know? So it really feels awesome.
Yeah, it's an honor to be in this org.
Yeah, it's so cool. Obviously, you know, to us, it feels like this is the real Darm and Deemish. You know, this is the true full steam ahead, non-stop Darm and Deemish. It's showing today. How do we make sure we kind of bring that into tomorrow? Because if you guys keep this up tomorrow, you guys are looking real good.
Yeah, I mean, it should have been like this always, you know? Like, the way we play today, we should play like this always. But I think we just woke up on the wrong side of the bed yesterday, you know? So.
Yeah, we just need to remember how are we playing today and make it happen again tomorrow. If you're gonna qual, of course, because there is still a chance.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting is for some people, they might think, okay, making it through the elimination stage is bad, but in some ways, you guys get more reps. You guys had an opportunity to take and look at those mistakes, come today and say, hey, did we actually fix those? Looking at your performance, it does. So do you feel like maybe this is an opportunity to take this momentum into tomorrow?
Yeah, probably. I mean, we fix all the mistakes with the best coach in the world, you know? So, like...
Yeah, we were just gonna try our best.
We know what to do after the tournament.
Yeah, I love that. Obviously, you know, we've got some fans. I don't know if you guys have heard or not, but anything you'd love to say to not only those here, but those back home?
Nah, I love everyone. Every one of them, like, they just put up a smile on my face, you know?
I can thank all of them, and Polska Górom.
Polska Górom.
Thank you guys so much. Best of luck into the competition, rather. Let's send it back on over to see what else is going on right now.
this survival stage is starting to heat up here because there's no time for these teams to actually hide. It's time for them to shine. And I don't know where I've gotten myself into. There you go. I was able to find a way out of that one. But right now, 5 games down as I'm joined by Levin and none other than Vivid. And we have gotten some surprises. We're getting a lot of movement on the leaderboard as well, Vivid.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, listen, are we getting a lot of movement on the leaderboard? I mean, our top team is pretty steadfast up there. Dharma and Dimesh doing very, very well. We had the opportunity to kind of talk to them. Zeke did at least, and they were feeling pretty confident. They were like, yeah, today's just easier.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the honesty. I appreciate that they acknowledge that, yeah, we probably should have played a lot better than we did yesterday. I mean, I feel like hopefully it gives them enough of a boost to exert this level of confidence tomorrow, if they can make tomorrow, which I think they will.
Yeah, talking about the overall, you were absolutely right. That T1 just currently sitting at the top, but I'm also thinking about those other duos that are in the top 6, like AGL, Sky, Scroll, right? We saw them being able to get that victory royale, but we haven't been able to see them be as dominant as a lot of people were expecting them to be.
Look, there's still question marks, right? They haven't answered all of our questions, but at the moment they sit there in that top 6, and that's what matters really for AGAR at this point in the competition. They just need to make sure they find their way into the final any which way.
Why don't we have a little bit of fun here, Lev, while we're looking at the overall rankings? Why don't we do that regional breakdown we did at the start of the show after game number 1? Now that we're halfway through, I'm seeing a lot more EU that was in there not too long ago.
Yeah, I mean, four out of those 6 duos EU. I mean, look, a lot of these teams were teams I didn't think we would be seeing on Survival Day anyway.
Yeah.
But, you know, getting the job done thus far. Still a lot of games to play.
I'm looking at Easy and Nosef, too. We saw them get a victory royale, but the big question mark that some of you guys had was about the eliminations. I mean, the eliminations, if you compare it to what the other top teams are doing, they're just not quite there yet.
Yeah, definitely lacking in some of the categories here. Taking a look at the second page, I'm kind of looking for surprises. I feel like Yapko and Panzer have been pretty much not only like disappointing for themselves, but the community entirely, right? Anytime I see any social post about Yapko and Panzer, it's always about the emotions that they're showing up there on the stage.
No, 100%. I think another team I'd sort of look at is Yuma and Toyota, right? This tournament has provided us with a lot of these smaller region teams who have just come through and shown us, actually, hey, look, we can keep up with the best of the best around the world. Reload is going to help us do that. I was expecting the Zeta Division boys to really, you know, put on a better performance, a better showing for us in this competition. I think some of those Asian Peterbot comparisons might start to fade away over the next couple of days.
And something that's a little bit fun, Seven, shout out to the socials indeed, right? FN Competitive, probably Julia out there paying attention to the competition. She went ahead and mentioned that every single region has now won a game here at EWC Reload.
Ooh, you love seeing that.
Fun.
You absolutely love seeing that. Something that we've been talking about too is duos being able to make their first appearance out of LAN. Phoenix and Retro, definitely one of them, right? We saw them being able to do a good performance in one match during their group stages. I think I was expecting maybe a little bit more, kind of a follow-up here, but that's currently not the case as we saw them being there in that second page.
Yeah, I think I remember after their win specifically saying, guys, let's not get too excited, right?
You called it?
A win, no, early on, because I think this does happen, right? Especially at events like this one where a team comes through, wins an early game, and you're sort of thinking, ooh, is this going to be more of a thing? Unfortunately, in their case, it's not been yet.
Yeah, that's why we kept talking about it, me and Seven at least. You can't just rely on one singular game, right? Top 6 is going to be a lot more difficult. Uh-oh.
Oh, I thought I was about to get bumped again. Okay, I'm glad it's not me. I'm glad it's not me. Glitter, what have you been up to?
Thank you, Levin. I'm going to take this off you. Sorry to interrupt, you know.
She really bumped you, actually.
You're comfortable, right? There's enough room. I had to pop on over because we need to do a little bit of a CC update. Okay, things are moving and progressing at a very quick pace, and I need to keep you guys updated on what that means overall for us and for the rest of our clubs, okay? So we're going to run through them all really quickly. First of all, Trackmania almost fully filled in their quarterfinals. Now, for most of the stages, that has meant top 8. Not yet for Trackmania because they run in runs of 4, so they're going into their top 16. However, Neon, one of the only non-affiliated players in the tournament, they do 5 maps in a race, set a world record back to back to back to back to back.
Damn.
All at once in this one race. Still didn't win. Carl Jr. Falcons actually did, but that's how insane Trackmania has been. Then when we move on over to Crossfire. Baisha Gaming, the one that I mentioned earlier at the top of show, the team that took Falcons out of the Crossfire competition, that took AGL out of the competition, now through to Grand Finals. We're going to wait and see who they face off against, but last I checked, Liquid was actually up 1-0, so they potentially could be facing off in the Grand Finals, which would be massive for Liquid. And then when we head on over to CS currently has Falcons playing on stage. They were down one map already, and were down in the second map in the score. That is a very, very unexpected situation for Falcons in CS2, and that could mean that things might be a little bit more difficult for them as we continue to progress throughout the rest of this championship weekend.
So you're telling me there's a chance that Falcons might not win?
Which would be crazy, which means for us, we need AGAL to pop off, get through to finals, and then not just get top 8. I need them to be bare minimum top 4. A win would be ideal.
How they've been playing, I don't know if that's going to be a possibility. You know what I mean? They're my boys, but we got to call it out. They got to step things up. I mean, the opportunity is there. I'm also kind of like a Falcons fan in CS, so I'm actually a bit now I want to rush over and watch that match. I'll be honest.
Let me see that pause real quick. Put your hand up.
I'm getting a bit nervous, to be honest, man. I mean, yeah, they got to really sort that out. Yeah, you wouldn't expect them to be down. I mean, okay, look, AGL Falcons, it's a rivalry that obviously means a lot in the club championship. If it's going to be a rivalry in Fortnite, we're going to need Sky and Scroll to pick up the pace a bit here.
They're definitely going to pick up the pace, right, Vivid? Especially with what we saw the Falcons, especially what we saw out of Aurora when we saw Group A. I know we keep mentioning, but it was just such an insane performance out of that duel that it leads a lot to be desired, especially towards the finals. Are they going to follow that up? If they do, we might not end up getting all the 15 games that we have set it up to. But thank you, Glitter. I appreciate you giving us that club championship update. I'm pretty sure you're going to keep track of everything going on. And also, thank you for not bumping me up. I got a little bit of...
All right, I'm good. All right.
Let's scoot back over. Let's see. Squished over there, man.
Yo, she went running, too. She took off. She knew that there was so much stuff going on there with the club championship.
I think she's going to go watch that CS game. I think that's where she's going.
I think so, too.
Anyone can get got on these couches, mate. You're going to be next. Don't worry.
Who's going to be able to push me? Jacob?
Well, this is my perfect time. This is my favorite time. What are you saying, oh my gosh, for?
Listen, Seven's always got something cooking for us up here, and it's like always a surprise. So whenever he's like, I think it's like, oh gosh, what are we getting into?
I'm just saying, Lev got a chance to do his coach talk, which ended up working out back to back. Yesterday in the car ride with Vivid, I kept asking him, what's something that you really want to do? And he wants to be Professor Vivid, because he's going to be breaking down some stuff that we have seen. And I hope you enjoyed that graphic, because it took me all night to make it, Vivid.
Thank you.
Just kidding, I didn't do it. Somebody else.
So that car ride over, that talk that we had, I did this to myself.
Exactly. I was just getting some more stuff to see what you wanted to do, but I know you wanted to break some stuff down with the illustration.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think, listen, we've been calling on Sky and Scroll a lot, so obviously they got a win earlier here today, and I wanted to kind of break that down and see what was really working for them. Obviously, it's good to kind of break down one of their games, but they are just so good. Why not take the opportunity to see really how good they are as a duo? So I wanted to kind of set the stage here for everybody at home. Listen, we've got Furia. They're up here on the higher ground. You got Gon and Knight. There they are. And become all the way down, you see Sky and Scroll down there on the low ground. That's pretty much what we were doing here in this game. We go ahead, start to play this one out. Unfortunately for Gon and Knight, though, you can see that their HP is a little bit low, but they do have the higher ground. No materials for them to work with. Gon, though, has this rocket launcher that he is using to kind of apply all the pressure, but this is going to play a big part in doing a lot of damage to one of the members here of Gon. And there it is right there. You can see how much damage, gosh, Sky actually takes from that RPG right there. So he's low HP. It kind of suppresses the pressure, or does it? As you can see in this one moment right here, you can see Scroll jump out over here from the side, right? He dips out into the storm, but a little bit to the left. You can see it. If you help me out over here, you can see Sky's over there. Remember, he's the one that actually got hit with all of that damage, but he still commits to the play here for AGAL. And as a result of that commitment, Sky and Scroll from the low ground, man, absolutely wipe Furia off the map, and they kind of go on to win this game, of course, because you can see it. Khan's trying to stay alive off in the storm, but just an incredible win and an incredible commitment from the duo to make sure that the play comes out.
I mean, AGL are very lucky. Not only do they have an amazing coach. They got an amazing analyst as well. I mean, you know, they got all the ingredients needed for success here today.
They do. And I'm glad we kind of brought up that play too, because you were even scared at the beginning of the day. You're like, oh man, are we gonna be getting that high ground just meta that everybody was doing? No, they were able to turn it around. Yeah. They were able to go from the low ground, go all the way up. But now I got something special for you. Okay, that's not the only clip. You're gonna be getting a chance to tell us straight. You're gonna get a chance to tell us straight. You're gonna go from professor to unlicensed body language expert, because we got a chance to get some more clips from these players that we have seen certain things from.
Okay.
And whether it's smacking tables, whatever the case might be.
All right.
And what we can do here, Tomasz, pull up the illustration again. That way everybody can get a chance to see it as well.
You know what, Lev? Listen, I'm going to scoot a little bit closer to you, right? Okay. And you can give me some input as well here.
Hold on. You know what? I think we can all sit here. Let's just all get in here.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. All right. So I have no idea what's about to be seen, by the way. So this is going to be crazy. All right, we got Vic. Let's see what Vic's getting up to.
Head in hands, usually not a good sign.
Head in hands.
This might also be prayer, right? This might also be a moment of calm, right? So let's keep.
Well, the thing, wait. The thing is that he's got to watch out too, because he doesn't want to get don't get those glasses dirty.
Right.
He doesn't want to get those glasses dirty.
Okay. Well, also we do have
when you see the forehead
curls.
massage.
The curls. He's kind of messing up the curls a little bit.
No, look, you gotta watch the thumbs here. You see the forehead massage going in right there. It's the relaxation, right? We've all been there in the spa or something where you just start to get in there on the forehead, relaxation. No, this is actually good. I was worried for a second with the head down, but this is actually good. I like this.
You gotta get the makeup removal after the end of the day, because shout out to all the makeup artists. They gave us such a great massage at the end too.
Oh. Wait a minute. Wait. Are we about to get it? I see the fist is ready.
So this right here, right? So this right here, right?
Okay.
Classic, just, you know, the body language is right here, right? Clear confusion, clear disbelief. You see the cheeks just a bit puffed out right there. You can see that he's just not. Yeah, let's zoom in on that. Right? The cheek puff, not what you want to see here.
But the
instinct there, the fist pulled up, ready to slam.
Just winding it up too.
Here we go. Yeah. Let's see what actually happens. Yep. Oh.
You gotta watch out though when you do that, because they are using their hands to play too.
I gotta see it one more time.
Yeah.
Can I actually get it in slow-mo?
Give it in slow-mo.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm still zooming back.
No, wait. We gotta go back. No, wait. And
Hey, Lev, I need a Lev rating on that death slam.
Well, I'd say that's like a good 6 out of 10. Good 6
what?
Out of 10 slam.
I don't think. Add in the land factor. I'm giving it an 8. Oh, there we go. I mean, listen, we all love Vico. Emotion is always there for Vico.
If we just pause it right there, right? You see, you got the classic. I don't know the controls here.
What do you need?
What do you want?
Right, zoom in right there on the neck. You see the veins popping at the neck. This right here.
Okay.
This is a sign of passion.
Yeah.
This is a sign of elation. This is a sign of a man who would have done anything for that win. I like it. This is exactly what I need from Vico. Every event.
And right now, he's just calling everybody.
He's calling everybody a clown.
He just won. He was able to take it away.
Oh, gosh.
Unbelievable.
Shout out to Vico, man. Always showing emotion. Love it.
We gotta see it tonight. We gotta see it tonight.
Oh, it wasn't a death slam this time. Wait, it was
just a headset offer. You see, so this one right here, right?
I'll pause it for you.
This here, you know, a bit of restraint, right? You see the natural instinct was, you know, in my setup at home, headset off, slamming it down. A bit of restraint, respect that, but still not ideal.
Maturing a bit, right? Maturing a bit.
Maturing a bit. You know what's been a constant though? The duo. Never emotion. No death slams, no headsets kind of almost flying up there. All right,
okay, we got the last one coming up.
We got one more here.
Oh, yeah, there.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
Okay. When you compare that slam,
let's go back. Because I want to actually pause here. Look at this. You see this? Okay, we got to zoom in, or we got to highlight. Okay, the point towards the monitor, right?
Yeah.
And then the facial expression. Who's he looking at?
He's looking at his teammate.
He's looking at his teammate. This has to be a clear sign of teammate blaming. Has to be.
I thought he was about to pull a summit and just punch the monitor.
No, I think you got it all wrong there.
You don't think it's teammate blaming?
I think this is like...
He's literally pointing. This is what you did wrong.
No. This is like a clear... I can't can't believe this is happening. Like, are you seeing this right now? Like, are you seeing it? That was like a clear, yeah, no, that was like the most obvious, like, brother, are you seeing what I'm seeing right now? Like, that's what I was reading from that one. So,
okay. Oh, boys. Things are starting to get spicy. You say you're a Falcons fan, right? Falcons have just lost in Counter-Strike, ladies and gentlemen. So that club championship, it's wide open. I'm sorry, Levin. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but if you are an AGAL fan, this opens the door as well. They need to make sure they perform and they need to make sure they get into the finals. They need those points.
Listen, we saw it. We were taking a look at that leaderboard. They were only trailing, AGAL were only trailing by 300 points behind Falcons for that club championship. Yeah, that is a big blow.
I'm distraught. Honestly, I need to be consoled right now. Like, I need a moment, guys. I try to keep things professional, but I think I need a moment.
I got you.
This is
you know what? While we comfort Levin here, Vivid and I, see what Varney's currently up to. I'm sorry, man. There's still a chance.
Wore my green for the
There's
Falcons.
a different kind of tension in the air on the Gadia City grid today, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, like 14 teams gonna go home today, and I mean, there is more than 14, 6 teams who can actually go. Like, the level is really, really high, Barney.
Yeah, you can kind of feel it over here. The teams are starting to lock in a little bit more. There's only 6 that are going to go through into the finals tomorrow. And of course, the teams to keep an eye on for those of you at home are the bubble teams. Now, those teams are from 6th all the way through to 9th because the point spread is pretty tight.
Yeah, indeed. And when you see, like, okay, only, like, they can actually make it. They have, like, one big loss right now, but I guess if you go really good games, you have one chance to just miss one like this. So hopefully they're gonna make it. And one insane other stuff is like the French crowd.
The French crowd, man. Just 5 maps remain and they will be on Slurp Rush. So we'll see which teams dominate on that map. But like you said, the French crowd has something to be said. So let's have a chat with them.
Yeah, it's time to hype them up. Mesdames et messieurs, vous êtes prêts? Quand je vais vous demander de faire du bruit, c'est toute la partie gauche qui va crier. Quand c'est Barney qui va demander toute la partie droite, ma partie à moi, faites du bruit!
Side of the stage, I'm gonna try to get this right as well. Faites du bruit!
Et maintenant, mesdames et messieurs, tous ensemble, faites du bruit!
Casters, over to you.
This is it. The break is over. And now we're here to the second half of the day where these last 5 games are going to be crucial. They're going to decide the future of 6 teams that will qualify to our match point finals tomorrow.
It is just so absurd, though, Jacob, to think about everything that we have witnessed up to this point and just knowing what types of stakes are involved. The pressure's got to be unfathomable.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a gap at the top of the leaderboard. Darm and Demish have a 36-point lead against the rest of the gap. Honestly, they don't even need to have any big pop-off moments anymore, but they need to have the points coming. As you continue to look down that leaderboard, though, this is where I start to get worried around 4th, 5th, and even 6th place. That's where it is a little bit closer. Khan and Faded, Sky and Scroll, Izzy and Nosif, because right on their heels, it's 2 teams, not just 1, 2 teams from OCE and Z-Dog, Goofy, Oakley, and Spooks who just got that last victory royale.
But even if you factor in that that's where we think the bubble might be at, we've seen just how rapidly the conversation can shift once we enter into the Slurp Rush section of the day. Elite Stronghold won't be a participant any longer. Retro Phoenix trying to get off, get a little bit of momentum, but it's Retro getting shut down. Just 1 HP about for Cringe. So far, so good. Still got to contend with Spooks at the drop here, or Crumpet. A little bit more active than what Cringe would have hoped for, but Anon doing a decent job at fending Cringe off. Spooks from a separate angle. They've got a lot of pressure application already, but Cringe might be getting the assist from elsewhere.
I'm not even sure how he's alive, just slow motion dodging around like a movie cutscene. He was unable to get any of those eliminations, so Siphon and HP is going to stay low. But what I noticed here at Fort Crumpet aside from maybe 1 team, this is like a solo hop drop right out of the gates, and Demish might be the last one standing here as he takes down Anon as well. There is still somebody else nearby. Demish might be Darm, not sure, but he definitely has cleared out the path and got that first 2 eliminations for his team.
More so expecting this to kind of be a solo mission there out on the Bulls, but given how fantastic they played those first 5 games, they feel like the only team that is truly locked currently. They just got to make sure that they don't tut out in the other 5. Obviously, hopefully no caster jinx involved, but AGAL, Sky, Scroll, they've had all eyes on them since the very start, and it's only going to continue turning up the heat here with these two, especially after that club championship update from Glitter.
Yeah, and kind of taking a look back at yesterday for a moment, they had such a struggle to get things going. They eventually did, but it was too little, too late when that moment came. This time around, it's a whole different story. Off to the races. Panzer and Yakko as well. They need some catching up to do here in the second half. But as you said, maybe some players, maybe some teams just prefer the Slurp Rush map. And that's why I was talking with Zeke. If it is one of your better maps, you just gotta hang on when it comes to Elite Stronghold, when it comes to the first half of the day. But this is where it all counts. They need a huge comeback if they're looking to continue their journey here at EWC.
Wouldn't be surprised to see teams just start tossing out the Hail Marys, because while 5 games might seem like a lot, and while we have seen some big point deficits cut pretty rapidly just based off of strong performances, replicating them is just so tough at this level of competition here. And Shari Khaled a little bit caught out, but still, Jojo Fishy's the main one on the run, doing a decent job at escaping the bulk of it. But Mshari, with the cutoff, won't allow the opportunity to slip by. Jojo Fishy has been eliminated. He'll be sent packing. Dirty Ducks now left to the control of Mshari and Khaled for the time being.
Yeah, even though he did go down, though, at least he bought his teammate Aoxy more than enough time to get back in the game. Just hopefully he can touch down afterwards. We know how difficult that can be at times. Going back on over in the distance, Shadow, Virgo, Sky, and Scroll as well. Zone is starting to push them forward, but it is so early on in the game. They have all the time in the world. And you're kind of seeing what their strategy right now. Scroll taking a lot of those shockwaves, and it's going to be his teammate with the launch pads.
But look at that update just off the leaderboard alone. I know that we just witnessed Braids getting a nice elimination, his 3rd, but our 2nd place team leading on the leaderboard. Yasin and Salva already early eliminated. Placement points won't be a factor. This is a big opportunity now for everybody else to try and catch up. But for Team Vision, darn business as usual. Goofy and Zeta, they want to hold their own. They want to stand tall up against Bull and Shadow even. Starting to get a little bit involved here, and that's going to cause Team Vision to come to a little bit of a pause here. You don't want to go with full reckless abandonment and get third party.
Yeah, especially since Virgo does have a teammate in Shadow that is going to be nearby. I think Zeta's teammate getting back into the game as well. So Slurpee looking a little bit crowded here in a moment. You see in the distance, Z-Dog getting tagged up. That was a freshly respawned player. Darma Demas going on the attack. They get one. Goofy's trying to stay alive. 12 seconds is the name of the game. Luckily for him, they get distracted by Shadow and Virgo. And that's something that happens here in Reload. There's just so much commotion going down. Sometimes you lose track of your original target.
Hey, but those pivots, exactly what Goofy was hoping for. Even the slightest bit of pressure really can go a long way here. But darn Demas, they have really been riled up by Shadow and Virgo's debut here. Darn Demas still going to be forced to kind of reconnect. Virgo also falling back, but he's just taking shots from so many different angles. Won't be able to escape. The pressure is overwhelming here as Demas now collects. Darn even going to opt to head straight towards that slurp truck, but Shadow, he is just hoping that he can buy enough time, make sure that his duo is able to at least reboot back into this one.
Yeah, but Darm Demons have a clue. They know he's somewhere. They don't know his exact spot, and they're going to get a lot of information because his duo is going to spawn right above towards the safe side of the zone. That's Virgo just trying to land 10 toes down, but he's immediately getting chased, and that's something we've seen throughout both of our group stage days. Once a team has you kind of isolated around the rest of the map, they get that initial elimination, and they chase, and they chase, and they chase to get Elim after Elim, and that's their 5th one of the game now.
And it's the worst of both worlds, right? Because for Shadow and Virgo, obviously they need an opportunity to stabilize in this match, but also they need an opportunity to play catch-up. But for Darmy Deemish, they're just further extending that lead and forcing the rest of the lobby to only think about that next 5 spots left up for grabs here. Still, pressure's back in. Stevie Stacks, Knight, and Fury are gone, doing what they can for the Fury organization. They came so close in yesterday's competition, just barely missing out. But it was obvious that the potential was 1,000% there for the Brazilians.
Yeah, it's just that one was just so stacked, and overall just so close of a leaderboard. Last game really deciding so much. Mofu and Tomat in that first group stage. They narrowly dodged that bottom three, getting a chance to play here today. Sky and Stroll continue early game aggression. Their second one of the match, but this is how they found the first. Retro just gets caught slipping. The lurk from up above. They clean that one up, and that's what starts their momentum here in this game. Goofy, Z-Dog, though, on the other foot, are trying to gain some traction. They haven't gotten elimination yet, but that doesn't mean they're going to stop trying.
In a way, they're kind of picking back up where they'd originally left off against the likes of Darm and Deemish before they were distracted by the Shadow and Virgo fiasco. But Deemish and Darm, they've just done such a great job controlling everything that's been happening around Slurpy Swamp. And when you have such a central position on the map so heavily on lockdown, Deemish Darm are just going to continue posing problems for teams that would be hoping to just pick up any scattered leftovers for a recovery point.
Now, this could be a big opportunity, though, for Goofy Z-Dog. If they can pick up this elimination, the amount of loot they're going to be able to get is massive. Z-Dog, only 3 shots left. I want to hear him palm that over to Goofy. That way they can kind of put him in fighting capability. A couple misses, that's going to be it from Z-Dog. And you don't want to miss against Darm, Demas, who've been floating around, Shadow and Virgo, who's been around. You can see Phoenix in the distance as well. And don't let it look too comfortable here. These guys are in the zone. 1 second, 1 damage per, and it's going to ramp up to 2 tick per here in the next zone as well.
Still, teams more than content, but from Darm and Demish's position, all of this constant fighting, it's sort of left them in a bit of a pickle. They are going to need some refarm to be present, but Braids immediately 180. What looked so promising initially against the likes of Yuma and Koyota has now been turned on its head. Booga trying to do what he can to pick up the pieces, but he'll be forced to drop, forced to just go fully on the defensive. He doesn't want to get picked off every single match. They need to convert into late game placements if they realistically want to climb into that top 6 contention point. And Koyota and Yuma are in the exact same position, but now it's only Braids left to try and escape the line of sight.
Yeah, this is the worst possible time of the game to have things like this going down. Fit zone, yeah, you can reboot back in. You get a little bit of a pseudo loadout, but where are you going to drop? Especially when your teammate Booga is already in the zone, and they started this game around 23 points away from that first qualification spot that they need, so they got to figure out a way to kind of pick it up and pull it together, reunite as a team in the same box. There is still time to make that possible. Even see Oatley and Spooks making their way in, 5 eliminations. And I think the first time we saw them yesterday, that was kind of their proving ground, and I think they had such a great performance, all things considered, that they're coming in today with full confidence.
And we saw the confidence from Oatley in the visuals, okay? He's feeling ice cold on the day, and, well, he continues racking up eliminations with this duo Spooks. Things are going to definitely start conveying pretty heavily in their favor. Nosif and Izzy, though, moment that they come on screen, French fans already getting a bit excited here. And they still got that for them being that cut-off point at the start of this match. Still trying to make sure that they have a very promising Game 6 here. Shari and Khaled, though, actually got Oatley and Spooks on the run here a bit, and Oatley's actually going to fall. Can't actually withstand these picks from Storm on top of the pressure.
Gotta be worried for Spooks as well. He's trying to pop a med kit, and Shari immediately pushes up, getting him to cancel it. So you should do more than enough to buy time. Oatley should get back into the game, but you can hear that sound clicking down. That is reboots turning off. So from here on out, if you do find yourself getting eliminated, you're really going to leave your teammate by themselves.
That was a tough blow there, though, for Virgo, watching him just re-engage against Darm and Deemish. Those early scuffles still kind of trailing into this mid-endgame position, but the zone continues to pull over towards Boom and Base. Izzy, Nosif, a little bit more of an isolated position. Braids, Booga still looking to try and pick themselves back up after that initial hiccup against the likes of Yuma and Koyota. Definitely came at a much later point, and like you said, Jacob, definitely at a stage where you don't want those kinds of issues to occur, because now you have so many other factors to worry about. It's not just about getting the elimination points and being set behind on the placements, but how much material do you have to work with? What kind of loadout are you really able to rock at that point? And you're almost banking on just being able to pick up a refresh along the way, but we've seen how long it takes before these placement points even start kicking in, and knowing that it's only 3 points beginning at that 15th place position, it's it's just so tough.
Yeah, especially since where those points actually do start to set in, around the 10th zone, almost the full entirety of the game that you're playing out, almost to be met with absolutely nothing as the zone pulls on over towards the western side. That kind of alleviates a little bit of pressure from the lobby, but we have a bridge, we have a slope. You got to watch out for those changes. Spooks as well, getting sprayed from the side. Reboots are turned off, so it's very imperative for him to stay alive, but it's multiple teams joining in on the fun, leaving him with almost no answers, burning through all his materials. He does find a way out, but it's separated from Oatley up until now. He gets knocked trying to close the distance. Oatley has to decide, do I be the hero or do I try to stay alive and get some more points?
Zero forgiveness there from the lobby. That focus was just too brutal to contend with, and it's so devastating because Oatley and Spooks, they initially were strong, initially were promising, but Oatley's down to his final 2 builds. He is cooked right now, Jacob. Way too many healthy players alongside him, and ewc and Jojo Fishy aren't really in much better of a position. Jojo going to take the leftover materials from ewc just in case he can't pull off the revive, but as it currently stands, the whole lobby's already looking their win.
Yeah. Does look like they might be able to survive, though. Holding the wall, getting the revive. Sky and Troll feeling a little bit of that pressure from underneath. Khaled and Shard doing a good job of causing a little bit of distraction, but you got to be careful. Sky and Troll looking like they're fighting back, and there goes the pressure relieving shot for one, but multiple teams. Beason and Edson from underneath grab him straight down into the box and take down Sky.
Sky seems so prepared to drop. He seems so confident that he was going to be able to convert that into a steady knock elimination credit, but now instead Izzy Nosip trying to take up the forefront of that frontside position. We could see exactly where things went south for ewc, Jojo Fishy, and Oatley. Those teams that were just on the outskirts of the zone, the moment they try to make their way forward, immediately punished for it.
I'm trying to contain myself seeing some of those shots right now, but if I continue to see more, be careful out there, y'all, because this one is continuing to heat up, but you still have Darman Demas in this game. That is our first place team so far. Again, at a certain point in this entire day, if Darman Demas keep playing the way they will, it's going to be mathematically impossible for them not to qualify, which will leave one spot left underneath them that is unincapable of being taken over. Booga and Braids, though, they need a good game here. Sky and Scroll need to continue to hold on. And the Sky and Scroll, yesterday, they had a lot of troubles, but this is what kept them in the game, their solo prowess.
Yeah, but just look at that club championship leaderboard lighting up on the side of it and knowing that Scroll needs to come up with yet another solo clutch position because all of those placement points, they have to secure their spot in finals. He knows exactly what's at stake, not just for his position in this tournament, but for his organization as a whole inside of EWC.
いやでもいける。
Top 6 qualifies, so he may not be the line, but he's close enough to the line where he's starting to feel that pressure. Booga and Braids underneath where they need to be, waiting for that perfect moment. Zone reveals itself, trying to shockwave in the box.
うわ強いよ。ゴンやばい。今止まってられた。
He's just destroying everybody underneath. Scroll's gonna narrowly be able to escape that one by the hair on a chinny chin. But we got Exotics, we got Mythics, we got everything we need on the high ground.
And we also just saw Izzy and Nosip getting eliminated. That means 6th place now at the mercy of the results of this game. Gon and Knight, though, they are not letting up by any means. This steady pressure from overhead is just going to be so problematic. Teams are all getting crushed underneath this boombo, and not only that, but Scroll, he's actually managed to spoken a little bit too soon here, Jacob. Scroll's managed to conceal himself a little bit inside of the tree point.
これゴンないとこれビクロレするな。強すぎるわ。
Unrelenting pressure, another knock from up above. They're really giving nobody a chance to look up, and it's forcing everybody down below to meet each other just like this. Big shot from Virgo, but it's not going to be enough. Edson and another big run here. They were the ones that initially took down Scroll as well.
元生き返ったけどまた死んでる。
Scroll though, coming back into it.
帰っ
He's
た
at
んだ。
least low
モ
enough
フが
and
倒して、
concealed us out of the
モフがもう
out of sight, out of mind. That might be the mentality, but Darm, guess where he's headed?
モ
Straight
フ
to the
が
high ground.
ここからまた
They
そろ
worked
ばし
their way up, but Darm, even as a solo, able to kind of present this facade.
まあ
that
今
he's
これ
still
た
got
2人の勝ちで
plenty life left in the tank here. But Scroll, big knock onto Zito.
スクロールが耐えすぎ、強すぎる。
Eventually going to start carrying over, helping him out potentially, but
いやで
he
も
needs it to come
もう
sooner
死ぬ。
rather than later. And
もう死んでくれ。
finally starting to get that little
死
bit
ん
of
だ。
AP online, but it's just too
今
little
これた
too
まで
late.
コヨタが落下しかな。
Not
感じか落下しか。
necessarily where you want to finish, especially when you're in the
モ
running.
フが倒してるコーヒー。
He is literally running around, scrambling
ユマがジャプコ倒して、ユマが倒されて、ボフも倒された。ボフが7位、これでユマが8位かな。
The double RPG fiasco too for these teams underneath. But Frey tries to take a moment to heal. Gon gonna get a little chunk out of his HP for it. Gon now looking overhead. Doesn't get the shots to connect onto Khan instead. Forced to drop. Frontside low position though, not a bad spot to be in. Looking back with no materials, but Huga, the lion, he's trying to roar. Just needs to come up with one elimination. A little bit of material picks it up off the ground even. The body siphon materials he's gonna have to fall back into the storm.
しかもこれ耐久できる。次ボーコがブーガから落ちる。先に
This was a huge moment too for Cringe and Volko. You see that little bit of relief, the mini celebration, but they know they still have quite the uphill battle before they are comfortably in position on that leaderboard for the top 6. But even one victory royale, starting off the second half in that manner, is enough to give a huge momentum swing potentially later on. But Huga, all things considered, that was a very strong clutch up out of him. They needed those placement points.
Yeah, Booga's just kind of keeping themselves going. He started that game 140 points. I said it was around 23 points away from Izzy and Nosif on that leaderboard. So not only did we see second place go down early, we saw Sky and Scroll go down around top 11, and that's going to go ahead and alleviate some of that pressure off of the rest of the leaderboard. It's not going to be perfect here, but we still got plenty of games to go for some of these teams to continue to try to close that gap.
Really just thinking back on what we saw out of AGAL Scroll, though, the fact of the matter is he was able to still line it up just barely in that top 10 potential. So that did help them just a bit with trying to maintain inside of that top 6. But yeah, obviously Cringe and Volko have got to be feeling really nice about managing to pull off a victory royale here.
Yeah, going into that game, I believe they were around 17th place with 84 points. And for reference, the victory royale gets you 60 points alone. So almost surely getting close to doubling up their scoreline after that last game, kind of pulling them closer and closer to that top 6 that they need. But like I keep saying, all weekend long, especially when it comes to match point finals, these teams, they're used to kind of playing 6 games in a tournament, sometimes 5 games in a tournament. This is more of a marathon instead of a foot race.
Right, and when I think back on it too, for Cringe and Volko, they just turned that entire low ground into the demolition derby. I mean, between a Boombo with those explosive arrows and then on top of the RPGs, there was really nowhere left to try and hide things out because all the builds are just being imploded within seconds.
Yeah, it's gone in night. You're talking about with that Boombo on the high ground. We literally had explosive on high ground, they lose it, and then a whole nother team with explosive on the high ground. But gone in night, even though they did not win that game, they still performed well enough, making it deep into the game to kind of hold their position atop that leaderboard. May not be the #1 spot, but they definitely pulled themselves close.
And just like that, we got a glimpse into what to expect for more of the games still to come. So make sure you guys go ahead and grab yourself a little refreshment, and we'll be right back.
Inspired by it. They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
It's starting to heat up here in Fortnite Reload Championship at ewc 26 Survival Day. Welcome back, everybody. My name is the 7WG, joined by Meanie, Kelly, and Vivid. Meanie, you told me you got a chance to talk to this duo that was able to win earlier in the day. What did they say?
Well, I saw you guys doing these like pep talks, right? It's all Levin doing a bit of a pep talk. Levin's coach section right there. I actually spoke to Cringe and Volko at the beginning of the day, and I said, "You guys are going to win a game today, right? You guys are guaranteed winning a game." And they said, "Yeah, absolutely." So can we get a mini pep talk? Why not? That's what we're about here.
Yeah. And off camera, we unfortunately got to miss that part, but as long as you got them into that victory
Royale stance, that is all they needed because they were looking a little rough before that game. But to see them be able to come out on top, even with so much going on throughout the day, it might be a little late, but it might not be too late.
Well, I got to talk about Bugha, right? Obviously, saw Bugha and Braves, a little bit of highlights there. Honestly, the biggest highlight of the game for me was Bugha kind of clutching up a couple of extra points towards the end of that game, right? Dipping out into the storm, getting the heals required. And this is what we needed to see out of Bugha and Braids. Actually, listen, if we're going to keep talking about these coach segments, right? Oh, Minnie had one, Levin had one, I had one. Taco was actually calling on Bugha and Braids not too long ago to see kind of what they can do. And yeah, off the back foot of that performance, you got to imagine Bugha and Braids got to be flying up the leaderboard. You got to talk about flying up the leaderboard 7. I can't wait to see it because Cringe and Vocal, they were quite a ways down towards the bottom, and after a great performance there, I'm very, very interested to see where they're going to be standing.
Kind of reminds me a little bit of what we saw yesterday out of Jojo Fishy, except that they waited until the final match to be able to do it. Glad that that's not the case here. But so far, you actually got a chance to cast the first 5 games. What was surprising to you in those first 5 games as we're looking at the overall ranking? Actually, before you even answer that, we can see how close everything is. And we're going to be keeping a close eye on that 6th to 7th place because there is a bit of a gap, Minnie.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vivi was just talking about it right there. How important that solo clutch right there from Bugha truly was. Puts them in that 6th place spot by a decent chunk as well. Izzy and Nosif just falling off slightly, slipping on down that leaderboard. But to answer the question, my biggest surprise, I think, for me, is how good those OCE duos are doing. Z-Dog, Goofy, Oatly, and Spooks. You see them there in 9th and 10th place. I knew that they were going to come into this competition feeling a lot of confidence because they did so well in the group stage. But truly, I didn't think they could keep it up in this survival stage. So they still put themselves in contention, kind of.
And I love they're kind of bringing 2 different elements to the style. We have one that's going for the eliminations. That's Oatly and Spooks, and we saw that do that yesterday. And Z-Dog and Goofy are definitely going for the placement heavy, and that seems to be working out in their favor just a little bit more. It seems like a lot of these duos that aren't Darm and Deemish, Gone and Knight are kind of going for more of the passive play style, and you can see just how many elimination points Darm and Deemish are able to gain right now. I don't think anyone's really fighting for first right now, but definitely that 6th place spot has plenty of teams well within contention.
Darm and Deemish are entering a territory in which they may not even be able to get knocked out of those top 6, right? If we were taking a look at the points there between 1st and 6th place, it was like 122 points. So a big lead for Darm and Deemish there. Let's go ahead and take a look at the 2nd page. What do some of these teams have to do? I can tell you in 10th place, right, when we were talking about Oatly and Spooks, they were on 168 points. So even though you see, you know, the likes of Tama and Mofo, Shadow and Virgo over towards this side, I mean, 156 points for Yuma and Koyota. If they just go ahead and pick up 12 points and they jump all the way up to 10, which we already kind of talked about how close 6th to 10th was, still a lot of potential for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I'm glad you're bringing that up because of how close everything is. 6 games have gone by. We still got 4 more to go. It is getting, I mean, the pressure's just going to start getting to these teams. I can't wait to see who is going to be shining, who's going to be in that top 6. But for now, let's see what's going to be happening in game number 7.
7, it's not just the players that the pressure is getting to. As a fan of Fortnite, it's getting to me as well.
My heart kind of can't take it because, Digga, we've seen all of these players so many times before, and just knowing that only 6 of them are going to actually be able to make it towards that final battle bus for tomorrow's competition, it's just kind of heartbreaking because that means 14 of them are just out.
Yeah, and especially since you played all year to get to this stage, 4 different qualifiers. And then I feel like it was history that, I think Vivid said it, that Fortnite Competitive tweeted it, that every region this team, or this weekend, got at least 1 victory royale. Somebody needs to fact check me. Is that the first time it's ever happened? History continues to be made in Fortnite, which is amazing.
Well, look at these players just dropping like flies over here at Steamy's Stacks.
こういう手が落下しこういう手が落下ししている
He's headed straight towards their initial drop, but for Panzer, Bugha, Braids, everyone else left in a bit of a scramble here. It's every man for himself just about. Phoenix and Retro also still trying to be involved in the party that's been breaking out, but Braids, there will be no escaping the doom of Steamy Stacks as now Panzer, Yapko, seemingly like have a fire lit underneath them. They are trying to gauge whether or not it's going to be possible to actually take out Edson, but currently in a little bit of a safe position. That could change in just a moment. Oh, Panzer actually can get the turnaround. Yapko hopefully will be able to secure this elimination, but no, instead he's getting chased out, but an entirely different team. There will be no opportunities. In fact, Yapko, he just has to stay alive because Panzer, it's all about the reboot.
think he did it. I think he's about enough time. Yep. Pen's ear is going to be back. And you can kind of see in the mini-map, he's trying to decide where he's going to go, because just respawning is even half the battle, especially when so many teams are looking on over in your direction. But it does look like Retro is kind of holding down the fort towards CB Stacks. Edson's down below. Yapko's there as well. And it just seems like game after game is a solo hot drop right out of the gates. Best man surviving. Get your team some points. And Retro knows that Edson is just a sliver of HP away from going down. His 5th elimination of the game and a good 15-point start from a team that needs it.
Cue the Benny Hills theme music, though, because Edson's making him work for it. Retro nearly gets put into the dirt, but will fortunately be able to secure the elimination here. 5 in total, though. So this action that took place at Steamy Stacks, if Retro and teams can walk away from it, surviving it, that's actually going to be a pretty big upswing towards their points.
Yep. See, though, Gibson backtracking over here. He's probably trying to lend a helping hand to Edson, who's just been running around with no shields, to be honest. Retro found him out. Game of hide and seek for at least that elimination is going to be over. His 5th one out of the gate, 6th one of the team. And this is what I've been wanting to see from some of the teams that need it. There's very few opportunities left, and why not just go ahead and throw everything out there, so that way, if it does come out that you do not get top 6, at least you go home with no regrets.
Hey, if you throw enough stuff at the wall, you never know what's going to stick. But for PA Zin and Edson, not too sold on the fact that this was actually where they want to continue trying to hedge their bets, because PA Zin, Edson, they are just going through the blender right now. Just so many bodies here at Steamy Stacks, and now it's all down to Edson to potentially create a little bit of space here, give them some time to actually recover. But Aoxy and Jojo Fishy, the early eliminations at Steamy Stacks, ultimately going to put a dagger in their game plan for this lobby. They've been fully eliminated.
Here we have Gone, part of the team of him and Knight in this one as well. They moved up to 2nd place in that game, so it surprises me just a little bit that they're willing to get their hands dirty this early on. Sky and Scroll trying to go after a chase. Virgo's stuck by himself. Don't see Shadow, but I see a shot that's going to hit. Unfortunately enough, the numbers game Taco just works too strongly against him.
That's a great execution there, too, by Sky and Scroll. The way that they just went for that full pincer. Virgo could only defend so many angles from the two. So it's all elimination sequence. And Sky, Scroll, now intending fully on just making sure that they continue to at least pull off into those endgame moments. They're already within that top 6 threshold. If they can make it to finals, that's going to be a huge benefit towards their mental, and so much relief, because we're talking about the club championship that's at stake and those points involved, but it's also just knowing how many teams don't want Sky and Scroll in the finals.
Yeah, I think teams just realize, back-to-back major champions, almost winning the summit, and just coming in here, they just cannot let a team continue to dominate. You see in Salvatore, they went down very, very early in that last game. They gave up their 2nd place spot, but they're still inside of the top 6 bubble, so they need to make sure that they don't have those same mistakes again, because that's going to put them on the back foot and may push them into desperation mode.
You can ensure that the part of the Middle East is circling with these two right now, since they have had such a prosperous part.
That's going to put up 6 bubble, but
is brutal for all parties involved. Darm will finally be eliminated here. Unfortunately for Edson and PA Zin, it's not like he really had too many goodies for them to take advantage of, but it at least helps to stem the bleeding a bit, and they will have an opportunity now to actually play things a bit more passive.
Start over at Steamy Stacks. Looking a little scary at one point. Edson literally running around into PA Zin, coming in saving the day, but now that they have each other back here, they went away from that mess up above. Slowly but surely progressing their game, just like you said. Not too many teams nearby this location, but as they got that one elimination, you saw the surviving duo immediately disengage towards the north, further and further away from where you're going to reboot into, but at least he's giving him a shot. Khan gets one down. Fate is going to follow up as well. Yuma's the one that they get the elimination on, and they're not necessarily in a hurry to leave the Slurpee Swamp just yet.
There's just so many heals available at Slurpee Swamp, so there's really no pressure to leave unless it starts to get a little bit too crowded. Then we know how rowdy the third party action can get, but as long as you have the bulk of control of rooftops, hey, anything can happen here. But for Yapko, he can't afford to go down just yet. They've been on a tear already in this lobby, 5 eliminations in total, but they don't want to be doused out just yet. They've got to keep the flame alive here. They need to start having some big endgame moments for the place placement points to ultimately factor into their scorecard. But for Darm and Deemish, they've got nothing to lose here, Jacob. Darm willing to contribute everything he has in store towards this engagement because worst case scenario, Deemish off somewhere else, safe and sound, and not only that, Darm fully understanding other teams now starting to close in on his position. He doesn't even get the benefit of that aggression onto Yapko, but Anon and Meza might punish him for sticking around too long.
Yeah, they played that one perfect so far. Because Darm was so stalled out in that fight, they snuck up against, I believe it was him and Yapko for so long. They got Panzer out of the sky. They took down Yapko, and now they're working on Darm next. They're trying to keep themselves alive in this tournament. All it takes is one foot in front of the other. No large leaps, just small steps, one at a time. They do find that elimination onto Darm. That's their 8th one of the game, bringing them up to 24 points off straight eliminations alone.
But it's already obvious just how many more teams are willing to just go all out aggressive currently because they know 3 elimination points apiece, that is going to be the ultimate catch-up factor. Some of these teams recognizing the fact we are too far away. Even if we're consistent with our placements, the odds of us just being able to bank on a huge conversion of points between one good endgame placement in top 5, you know, somewhere around that 30 points and plus threshold, and double-digit eliminations, you're looking at anywhere between a 70-plus point upswing, and that just makes a big difference.
It definitely does, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here. 9 eliminations, 10 eliminations for Anon and Bazin. Enough is enough from these guys, and I think this is the quickest teams have been fully eliminated out of lobbies so far. We're down to the top 16. One more team falling, placement points will start to set in.
And this is what you would expect to see somewhere near games 9, 10 of this tourney day, but I think knowing that it is the last possible opportunity, that's what's causing everybody else to just crank it up one notch further and really just go all or nothing.
Now looking at the map right now, solo player all the way up towards the top. Steamy stacks. It's going to take his teammate forever if he has any hope going ahead and rotating that far. You see the whole middles where a lot of teams are kind of scattered around. They're waiting for where the next zone actually does force into play out. You see we're already in the 5th out of 7 when it finally does turn off the reboots.
Tough time there, though, for Darm and Deemish. This game has not gone super swimmingly, but thankfully the rest of the day has. So Kjolnek won't have too much to panic about watching his Polish boys work because whether or not they get win from the lobby early won't impact them too heavily. But for Gon, he's not looking to risk anything else. He knows Cringe, Volko, they're already finding a little bit of their groove after that last match and clearly still ready to slide.
Yeah, the blessing here, though, for Gon and Knight, they were the ones who just got caught off guard there in that situation. Is Cringe and Volko already have full loadouts. So if you can figure out a way to get back here fresh off the reboot, you'll at least have some scraps rather than searching aimlessly for anything else. Khaled and Shari, 1 elimination so far, but they're the ones that are putting a little bit of pressure onto Izzy and Nosif. And you see them immediately disengage onto the high ground. They want to put themselves in a much more confident fighting position.
And this is scary right now for Izzy and Nosif, but Khaled just folds immediately. Great collapse there from the Frenchies, but Izzy still so incredibly weak, doesn't have a real opportunity to try and pull that medkit off. He's going to depend exclusively on Nosif to take up that bulk of the aggressive front, but he's also got to try and throw up builds. He needs a little bit of a separation layer, and Shari desperately trying to get inside of their box, but he knows just how weak Izzy truly is, but the moment might have just passed him by because now he can recognize the third-party intervention. This is too risky to continue.
Yep, has to be careful, though, because you're officially on a clock. A little over a minute until reboots turn off, but I think that's what M-Shar is trying to do, just trying to grab as many of those materials as possible. As much as the resports, Khaled comes back in, you see him going and dipping his toes in to grab that loadout on out of that box, and that was actually very, very good by M-Shari. He held it down, not only to keep Izzy and Nosif from pushing him, but getting his teammate a full loadout back.
Gotta say the same, though, for Nosif, making sure that he was able to protect his duo Izzy there while he could actually have the opportunity to get his shield back online. Now that he's got those fully restored white HP 2, they are nestled into a decent position. They don't need to overexpose just yet, especially knowing that there is at least one more duo in Cringe and Volko directly behind them. See, big part of the reason why they're continuing to just lurk about a little bit here. The ambush probably not super likely, but also just after that early exit in the last lobby and watching as they dropped immediately outside of top 6, they know that they can't afford to keep suffering early elims.
Darn going down just in time, by the way. A few seconds later, we would not see him return back into this game, but because he got eliminated before the reboot's disabled, we will see Darm at least one more time. Will he touch the ground? That's a whole different story. I'm not making any guarantees yet, but it does look like he finds his way back. So Darm and Demon's first place will remain intact in this game. Booga and Braids as well, notably because they are on the line.
Zone low-key kind of saving Darm and Deemish there too, because normally you'd be a lot more exposed in that reboot sequence, but because they were able to hide off the side of that cliff face, good decisions. Whether or not they'll be able to actually find a way to bring themselves a little bit more favorably into this match, we'll have to wait and see, but right here, right now, Sky and Scroll ready to make their next move. Logran hasn't exactly been the best place. It's been quite messy underneath, but front side of zone is definitely where they like to be.
Totally good seeing the feed. Cleaned up one elimination, whether it's his and Spook's or not, might be a whole nother question. You seeing him trying to reap all that reward, all the fallen loot down below. Salvatore, you seen just using this opportunity to look back, trying to put shots at any strongly players trying to make it to the front side of the zone. They know their position's already secured, along with Sky and Scroll. Everybody's just peeking, trying to make it that much harder for anybody to feel comfortable.
That Sky is still continuing to scope out anybody that might be flying overhead. Just how rapidly this lobby has dropped. We are now going to start seeing the beginning of placement points building up here, and Gone, unfortunately, has lost Knight. He doesn't have a whole lot left to work with, but enough material and builds to turn something out of nothing.
Almost looks like he's playing with some sticks and stones here. One mini, one med kit. The launch pad is going to be a saving grace. Just need to figure out when and where he's going to throw that one out. As Darm and Demas see a full team fighting over towards the front side of zone. They have to go there anyway. And this is where they kind of take their time just a little bit, not rushing in any rash decisions. Sky and Scroll as well, Shockwaves. We actually have 2 launch pads as well. This is going to be the first of those.
Smart, they'll be able to avoid a lot of this chaos from the congestion that's already starting to pull up here. But Booga needs to make sure that he can have the full duration of this medkit. He wants his wife restored entirely. And not only that, you see Braves dropping the shield potion, making sure that they can try and get Booga into a much healthier state to fight. Gone finally going to touch down from where he was last off in the sky. But for Darm, he's just got no Deemish. Still, out of the 2, bragging potential is 100%. Always online for either of these players here, and Darm just waiting for his perfect opportunity. Cal is gonna realize there's somebody right behind me, but Darm, no boogeyman just yet, won't be able to get the sneak opportunity.
The fact that he didn't get looked at there, but first and second place in this game left as solos. Izzy and Nosif, that's 7th place coming into this game, also left as a solo, and that's good news for Booga and Braids here. The team that is hot on their heels has that much more pressure to deal with. And then they're just taking it slowly. Darm taking down Scroll. Not sure where Sky is at, but it was only a knock before it led to the elimination. He wasn't even able to get any of the loot, but it's not too much worry because he's still stacked as can be.
It's a bit of a sore spot right now for Sky. You can see with that launchpad in his inventory, they clearly had intentions to try and avoid pressure from the lobby, and instead being left in an isolated position now, it's going to make it very difficult. Teams on height.
今トヨタが上取ってるけど、でもこれ落とされそう今。あ、落とされなかったか。ラッキーだ。でもやばい、ちょっと結構出てた。
Yeah, it's just kind of make it mathematically impossible, knowing nothing's going to go perfect. You got to take these opportunities while you can. And Shari's going to go down. Khaled's just trying to stay alive, but with 3 builds left, doesn't really have much to work with, but he does find a treasure trove underneath. It is just simply loot, not no materials. So he's going to have to keep on looking. Booga finds another elimination. That's 3 more points added to their total. Sky even deserves credit. It's a solo here in this madness.
But Gone still doing his best to fend for himself. Booga unfortunately taking out. Braids now left 4 medkits though to work with Jacob. He could choose to just try and ride out the storm here, but he knows there's just too many players surrounding him. He's got to have his pump at the ready, anticipating whether or not he'll be able to open up an edit, find a well-placed shot. That could save him so much time, but he's going to need the refresh too for material. But with so many medkits, he's going to opt just to play for a little bit of heal off and hope that he gets more placements out of it.
Wants to dodge crucial portion of this game. Garm's gonna go down. You see exactly why, how active it's looking to be. Sky getting pressured from all angles, burning through a lot of his materials. Good thing he has a ton left, at least in terms of wood. No sip by himself, similar amount, but he's shot saving in the box. He wants the overdrive effect. That way he has the speed boost, but in comes the glass. That Khaled on the other time. No sip, just trying to escape, but he's just hot on his heels. Braids as well. Every
まだ生きてる。8、7位。まだ生きてる。また倒してる。Right.
One after the other, and it's Faded and Khan who are prospering entirely. It looks like everything has just gone completely right for these two, and for Oatly and Spooks, while their HP might look better faring than a lot of these other contenders here. Goofy, Z-Dog, also Oceana trying to represent here today. Sky is a solo though, locking in top 5 at a bare minimum. Crucial points for the club championship.
Hey, doing it again and again and again. Whether together or apart, they're figuring out a way to make it work. Oatly down below, OCE on OCE. Goofy's missing a couple shots. Crucial one, might I add, but the angle comes in. The super kick from Oatly, saving him for a short second, but Goofy's gonna take down Sky. Faded takes down Spooks. That leaves Oatly by himself. One of the only solos left in this game up until now. Z-Dog's gonna fall. Now Goofy joins that mix.
And Goofy, he's gotta ensure that these next couple of shots don't whip, because Khan, Faded, they are incredibly healthy currently. The only thing they don't have, though, Jacob, is builds. Last of their flow rate is, they're gonna start to drop. Goofy doesn't get the chance, though. There's no turning back. Khan and Faded have really managed to bring the heat here.
Yep, they join this game. Third place on the leaderboard. Almost every single game inside of the top 10 so far today. And now they have added a victory royale to the mix. I almost feel like they're hitting for every placement inside of the top 10.
And I know, before we even made it towards this EWC factor, a lot of eyes were kind of on Khan and Faded and trying to gauge whether or not these guys were really a duo that was going to be able to represent the EU region after all. And they have really turned out all the stops here on Survival Day. And this strong showing, this strong placement is only going to benefit them even more still, because we are starting to look directly at teams that have been hovering around the bubble, Jacob, but if you're inside of that top 2, you're looking pretty set up.
Yeah, top 2, even top 3 now. Darm, Demas, they were over 300 points. Night and Gone had another good game throughout that mix, and then Khan and Faded. Third place going into that game. You have to imagine where they're going to finish. We're going to let you know right after this. Don't go anywhere.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
We're backstage at the Esports World Cup, and I've managed to bump into Cyril Garn. How's it going, man? You good?
Everything is good, my friend. And you?
Yeah, I'm good. We saw you over at the Fortnite stage. It's the Gidea City Grid. You were checking out the action. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was good. It was. This is my first time, first of all, and I'm really impressed because this is in live and direct. Like this is a real competition. Like look like similar like my sport. You see, like the pressure of the fans, everything, the crowd. That's crazy. You must do the perfect move every time. That's completely crazy.
That's right. Speaking about being a competitor, obviously you know this firsthand. So if you were to basically talk to any of these players that are competing on stage, to give them any advice about staying focused, especially for long periods of time. Some of these guys are competing for like 5-6 hours on stage. How do you stay laser focused in those high pressure moments?
This is a different sport, but I think mentally you must be prepared at first, and to be focused. The word is focus. For my part, every time the people ask me what is your feeling when you are at the last minute, like I say, focus. That's the big word, and I think you must be focused and to prepare it mentally with the coach. I think that's. I don't know exactly if you do that, but it must do that. Really. when you hide the high level, this is make the difference for real.
Yeah, the highest level here. It's absolutely incredible to see all these players like competing. So thank you so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the Esports World Cup, and we'll see you soon.
Monster D-Face, how can we not be entertained right now? What an incredible set of games. And just think, Monster, the action has been incredible, but only 6 keys will remain at the end of 10 games.
And that game right there, you saw what was going on. Sky and Scroll popping off, making it so far, and then Booga and Braids not quite going the distance as Oatly jumps up and over with, of course, his teammate there, Spooks, in the end. All of a sudden now we have ourselves a competition on our hands, and then I couldn't help but notice the slow Booga and Braids start, but they're ramping up now as it's starting to matter.
They're fighting for that top 6, right? There's so many duos all so close together, fighting for those spots. We got to talk about Sky and Scroll, though we continue to talk about them. AGAL fans are thinking the same thing. They have to make it to finals, right? For the points, those club championship points will be so critical.
This means everything for AGAL. They are so close. Whenever we flash that points, Falcons is just barely ahead of them right now. This means that they need to make it to the grand finals, and I couldn't tell you more or not if they have it in them, because OCE has been on their heels so close. You have Goofy and Z-Dog with the phenomenal group stage B performance, and A, both of them playing so well, and now they're proving it once again.
I can't even believe, see Oatly as well, going insane. I mean, he got himself a victory off. Also, can't forget, like, Booga and Braids been fighting, right? It's tooth and nail. I feel like this is going to just come down to the wire.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's going to be heartbreaking as well. This will be the defining moment. These games are critical. We are quite literally running out of chances here, Zeke.
It's scary, bro. As I look at these keys, I just keep thinking the same thing. Top 6, top 6. Zeke, tomorrow's finals, only the top 6 will make it. I mean, how the pressure's on, right,
Yeah.
Monster? How are these duos looking to just hold on and make it through?
Yeah, at this point, you know, there's pride on the line. It's your reputation. This is history. There's dollars for the club points as well, of course. At this point, we're just going to have to see and who better than our casters to take us into the next game.
Time is definitely running out. There are 3 games left. There are 4 points that separate a team from continuing their journey to tomorrow and the rest of the field going home early.
And Zeke and MD have already highlighted it, though. Nobody can really consider themselves safe unless you are like Darm, Deemish, Khan, and Faded. Everything else seemingly up for grabs, because when you look at where the cutoff currently is, Booga and Braids just at 250 points. Z-Dog, Goofy, Oatly, Spooks, giving them a good scare because they are just so hot on their heels that it could be just one misstep that results in just getting pushed out of that top 6 position. And realistically, Jacob, I don't think that anyone is going to feel very confident in their drops, because this could really be the turnaround point where teams start looking to really contest each other.
Yeah, and if you kind of take a look at everyone except for Darm Demas, to be exact, that full page of that leaderboard, kind of very, very similar when it came to the elimination points that they're getting throughout the tournament. The biggest differential is the placement points. It is very, very volatile in this reload mode. You've seen a lot of teams not necessarily get placement points until zone 10, zone 11 sometimes. That is almost literally the end of the game, which really goes to show you can play perfect for literally, what, 17, 16 minutes, and then all it takes is that one mistake to cost you everything.
And that's what makes it even more impressive, though. We do see these solo clutch points start to trickle in. Sky specifically in that last lobby, the fact that he was able to bring out a top 5 position when everything is just so close and like tight neck position, you just can't even begin to imagine the sort of things that are running through his head. Because again, even if you ignore the club championship points, even if you try to filter out the background noise of knowing how much AGAL is depending on their position in tomorrow's competition, they just have so many other pros in this lobby that don't want to have to deal with them, period. So even though right now they might look like they're about to be safe, at the same time, I'm kind of expecting other duos to really try to throw them off guard, really get involved, and just off-spawn contest them nonstop, because if you can get rid of such a strong competitor in this stage, well, it would hurt the club championship standings, but it would also really open up the doorway for what's going to happen in the direct Fortnite competition tomorrow too.
Especially since, we've seen it multiple times. It's not just one time where a team that, eventually wants to win, obviously in this case, wants to qualify. One of the things that they do is just hunt down that team that is in their way. It's a little bit harder here in Reload because the respawns, the 12 seconds, and when you get knocks, when you get elims or even full wipes, it kind of takes that timer down even quicker, but we could potentially see it. Imagine these Spooks right now, they're 8th place, 222. They take down Z-Dog Goofy, they find Booga and Braids, so even if they might not necessarily punch their ticket with a victory royale, they're closing that gap because their nearest competition is no longer there.
With everything just seemingly so dicey currently, we saw just how active Steamy Stacks was. It looked a bit like evil Fortnite even at the beginning, but Anon, think about what they were able to accomplish and how many eliminations they were able to kickstart that game with, and it's all just these big leaps that can take place if you are able to throw up some really strong elimination matches, but you just gotta dig so deep currently if you are in one of these seats right now for the players, and it's just so crazy to think about the fact that we've only got 3 games left to determine who our 6 teams are going to be.
For that match point finals, and it looks like another solo hot drop right out of the gates. I say solo loosely because Darm Demas might be one of the only teams that actually landed here together. So while others are wiping each other and it's just solos, they're the ones that are taking complete control of the situation. There is going to be one player by himself, Retro. He got an elimination of his own. Luckily for him, Phoenix is nowhere in sight. So even if he gets eliminated here, it won't be this team to chase him down.
And unfortunately for Retro, his time at Port Crumpet is going to be cut short. Darm and Deemish will have none of it. 2 eliminations already to kickstart game number 8. And now they'll have ample time to decide where they want to go next. If they want to continue trailing the players that are going to be lighting up the sky with those reboot cycles, that's entirely up to them. Darm, no benefit off that first crash pad. A little bit of a misstep here, but next one, good to go. And it's Braids he's got directly in his sights. No pressure relief whatsoever. Tough spot to be in for Booga and Braids.
Yeah, sometimes you think, let's just go to the outskirts. Let's go to the farthest point. And honestly, let's go below the mountain range, but that's just a good line of sight from Darm and Deemish. Able to take him down, chase him down even. Make sure they clear the top side of their map. Khan and Faded. Talk about consistency. This team definitely does have it. They got that first place in that last game. They got multiple 4th place. They got a 2nd place, 6th place, 7th place. They're kind of Puga just in open water. Calm the skipper. He's just trying to survive on the island.
They are just so far gone though, Jacob. When you are this deep into the ocean, okay, this is very clearly not intentional out of Booga and Braids, but they just don't really have any other options to exert. Everywhere you look at has some point of coverage from another duo, another player, and this is where it gets a bit vicious when you are caught off with these early eliminations. See whether or not they can even swim their way to safety, but for Salva, Yasin on the edge of the map currently, but Salva will at least have a little bit of time trying to scope out, size up. Edson and PXN will also caught in the mix here, trying to contend against FaZe. Neither side really able to push the other an inch or two.
On the outskirts, though, you got to be careful. I think Booga and Braids have finally been spotted out. Yasin and Salvatore, they're getting pushed as well. These are teams, Taco, that are inside of the bubble. And Edson's trying to take out one. A narrow miss, not a full shot. He's going to regret that one, but luckily for him, PXN is there as well, trying to close the gap from one team after the other. They're trying to play the numbers game, get to the same box, but Anon and FaZe are now trying to crash this party. Dom and Deemish are now trying to crash this party. Even if you didn't get sent the invitation, you're now taking part in all of this mess.
There's only one player not looking to move in the slightest, and it is Booga just sitting still, hiding away, out of sight, out of mind. Please don't realize I'm right next to you as Anon. Nice turnaround there onto Deemish. That's going to be a huge elimination. elimination for these two to clutch up because it is going to force Darm to stop right in his tracks. Edson and PX in now, trying to reconsider if this is really the juice that they want to try and squeeze here, but it seems like they're feeling it. Healthy enough too to keep this action rolling.
Be careful because they're dropping down, going after the chase. But that's inching closer and closer to Booga down below. Don't know where Braids is at. Hopefully he's getting his game started, knowing that his teammate realistically can't do much. He's just listening to it all go down around him. You even see in the cam, bro, what do you want me to do? I'm just staying alive here. It's really up to Braids in this situation, but this might actually end up being a blessing for Booga because Vazen and Non have just cleared out everybody for here as of now. So when they finally rotate away to try to look for more eliminations, all those scraps are going to be left over for Booga himself.
Just scary stuff there, seeing Anon even check inside the building, but man, Izzy, what a shot. Great knock there initially, and Anon and Vazen, you already called it, Jacob. It seems like they're content. They don't think there's anybody else left over from where that last little fight took place, so they'll take their bag and immediately begin their departure. Where to next? But for Booga, that was still so much time to commit to in the early game phases. They are going to miss out on some early elimination opportunities, and when you are just so close with the rest of the competition on the cusp of top 6, it's just such a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, putting a lot of pressure on you to have a good placing game. Half of the points are top 6, and they get in big chunks of 5 after that inside of the top 5. Darm and Deemish, 369 plus points and counting. They're after Sky, they're after Scroll. This AGAL with their backs up against the wall here in this 8th game. Does look like Scroll continuing to try to create distance. Sky is going to be nearby. Gets those barrels, trying to get the shield and HP back on up. But he realizes he's in a position so he can't necessarily help his teammate.
And the problem right now, Deemish and Darm, fortunately for Sky and Scroll, they won't continue to get chased too heavily just yet, but at the same time, they're not out of the thick of it just yet. Z-Dog, Goofy also nearby. Sky and Scroll could potentially get sandwiched if they're not careful. Izzy and Nosif just trying to see if they can rack up a fifth elimination here, possibly even 6. Oatly gonna be the first to fall. Now they're waiting to see if they can take out Spooks and eliminate Oceana entirely, but Spooks just dashing every which way around the box, but he can't escape it. Izzy and Nosif cleaning up Oatly and Spooks.
That was 8th place versus 9th place, and Izzy and Nosif took him out. They tie him up overall on the leaderboard, but they still now have to go on the chase. Z-Dog, Goofy, probably their next targets. Khan baited. They just need to not go down early, get a couple placement points, but it does look like Phoenix Retro going to do a good job, at least able to get one. Retro, almost scaring me there for a moment. Fall damage was looking real, but he's able to stay alive even with his teammate going down.
That pump shot definitely saving his life currently, but Khan potentially hoping to get a little bit of revenge here for his duo. Retro goes up, and it's Khan who wins this exchange, but for how much longer? Faded also managing to reconnect with his duo, though. It was a nice little defensive effort, though. Out of Retro. It's just unfortunate stuff for NA West that the numbers just too overwhelming.
Yeah, just tried to go and be a hero. Sometimes you got to do what we're seeing a lot of these teams do, abandon ship. And now we get to see the other side of this Booga Braid story. We know what Booga's doing. He's on the other side of the map. The zone actually pulled towards him, and he bought Braid so much time, and rightfully so. Look at Braid's loadout, definitely putting himself in fighting form, but now he has to rotate back as a solo, and in the 5th zone, this is where you could potentially see things start to slow down. Teams don't want to risk their loadout, their game, their materials with the reboots turning off soon.
You would think as much, but for Izzy and Nosif, it looks like they're only just beginning. 7 eliminations already as a duo, and the fact that they ran straight towards the heart of Slurpee tells me that they want to be involved in as much of the action as they can find, as Panzer now realizing Yapko has been knocked, doesn't want to cost them this lobby every single match, just so crucial for their standing. They've got to start coming up with the big conversions. They're already playing with such aggressiveness because they know those elimination points are their best attempt at playing catch up with the leaderboard. But with 6 already underneath their belt, Panzer going to recognize the fact that it's just better to get out while we still can.
Ooh, nice shot from Izzy on a Darm. on the Demons, just making sure to take down one of the two at least, get 3 more points for the total. Don't always have to go for a wipe, but as you can see, top 16 teams remain. One more team going down here will be placement points will start to set in and cascade more and more for each and every team that does fall from there on out. But we knew early on in this game, Taco, that the zone was pulling far on over towards the west. And so for Izzy and Nosif, getting these eliminations deep into the zone is helping because it's keeping them siphoned, not having to utilize their resources for medkits, and that way they can rotate the zone with relatively no stress.
And the other benefit too for Izzy and Nosif is that 4th place on
rotate because they towards on out will start to set in and cascade more and more for each and every team going to fight, but it will be placement points will start to set in and cascade more and more.
That 4th place on the leaderboard, Asim and Salva, they've already been fully eliminated, so that is going to be a primo chance now for those two to just continue to climb, knowing that 2 direct competitors in placements above them have been wiped from the lobby. They just got to keep trekking forward, one step after the next. As Khan faded, they have the luxury of knowing that they're a bit more secure in their leaderboard standing, so they're just going to play to their usual standards that they've been following all tourney long here today.
Like a lot of players are feeling that pressure. It's almost like mental gymnastics when you're on top side of the leaderboard. Do I continue to do what got me this far, or do I try to change things up, play a little safe, and not take those big risks? We'll definitely see how this one continues to play out. As we jump on board, Booga and Braids actually rotating towards the north, Steamy Stacks. They're trying to get a lot of that extra loot. We do know there's many machines nearby. As long as they have the gold, definitely not going to be too pressed to try to make their way on out, or at least not just yet.
The problem for Booga and Braids, though, is that they keep having to reboot one after the other, and not only that, but they're more so trapped. It feels like they're hostages at Steamy Stacks, especially with 2 other teams a little bit more center position, kind of holding them at bay, and they're not the only ones getting held back by the lobby right now. Sky, Scroll, all eyes on you, and not for the right reasons. Izzy and Nosif trying to see if they can take out even more of their competitors. And of course, with Gallon and Shari also applying the pressure, the builds are just getting burnt thin at such a fast rate here. Sky and Scroll are forced to fall back even further towards that edge of zone, and that's going to put them in a rather exposed position because A, they've still got to try and make it in, but B, there's other teams trickling in behind them.
Yeah, just making it hard for them to try to survive. Yap goes there on the other side. Sky actually going full aggressive, knowing that Scroll is there to back him up. Instead of just using the med kit to trying to push another player off their position. Panzer, Yapko actually run into Booga. His teammates already down. Reboots are about to turn off. Booga, no! This is the 4-point lead. This is the team in 6th place, and now it's all up to Braids.
The only silver lining currently is that it is top 15, so it might only be 3, but something to contribute.
Oh no.
Nail-biter position for Braids. He just won't be able to see it through. Sky and Scroll immediately picking him off. And a big punish potentially. But a most definite shakeup going to take place after this lobby, depending on what happens next. And all I can think about is Izzy and Nosif. With 7 eliminations already, Booga and Braids were initially the duo to shove them just outside of that top 6 contention point, and now they might be able to get their lick back in this game.
It is definitely going to be their best chance. Not only Booga and Braids, but some other competition like Oatly and Spooks are already out of the way. But it's not just Izzy and Nosif that have been progressively climbing up that leaderboard. Khaled and Chari as well. They have a good shot, sitting in 11th place so far. 209 points. Definitely going to need to step it up, but anything is definitely possible. Khan and Faded, they're looking up toward the high ground. Anon and Vazen, they're the ones in the line of sight. But this is where you got to realize, can't bite off more than you can chew. Any one of these one moments, they're going from one target to the next, just trying to hunt to see who makes a mistake that they can capitalize on.
But if anything, Khan and Faded have certainly proven that they've got a lot of bite behind their bark. And, well, Izzy, Nosif, reviewing back to whether or not these two are going to be able to find yet another elimination. All depends on Sky and Scroll even letting them into a safe spot to begin with. These guys are just applying steady pressure, making sure to stick low. No one else really able to get good shots in, but Izzy and Nosif not getting a taste of their own medicine even. Think about what was happening against the likes of Sky and Scroll earlier, and now they're on the the receiving end of it.
I'm not sure if this is calculated by Sky and Scroll, but they took down Bugha and Braids, or helped that be a possibility. They're pressuring Izzy and Nosif. And the reason why that's important, because those are the closest teams that could pass them up on the leaderboard. As Panzer continues to steamroll here in this game, along with Yapko, they take down another team up above. Gone feeling the same pain. It's Izzy and Nosif's world, though. We're just living in it.
And Izzy and Nosif, they are certainly feeling themselves right now. But Goofy, Z-Dog, they've managed to overtake it. 264 points. That's going to put Bugha and Braids just outside. So top 6 still most certainly up for grabs here. And Sky has a solo yet again. 9 builds left to his name and just dwindling at such a rapid rate. He's going to have to find an elimination somehow, some way. Hopefully another player just a little bit more injured. Knight just on the other side of his wall. Same intentions though, but for Knight, much better positioning in terms of points.
Much less pressure that he's feeling. He's even looking up, seeing what's going down. Full team trying to pressure. It might not be something he wants to get his hands full with just yet. But Sky being by himself, not only playing for his teammate Sky, not only playing for their coach, but playing for AGAL, the club championship. And he has no builds left. Essentially looking for a miracle. Faded. I do believe he might be by himself as well. That could be an opportunity for him, but he's lurking back. Izzy and Nosif, they have the numbers, but Scott, you have the time.
He's got the visual audio cues, but the moment that he looks one way, immediately faded. Finds him at a separate line of sight. That is such an unfortunate ending here for Sky and Scroll. And now teams are top 6 and 7 currently duking it out to see whether or not they can overtake each other. Top 5 completely exposed currently. It all depends on whether or not Izzy and Nosa can find another victory royale in this competition weekend.
OCE on high ground again. 279 points and counting. They're essentially going toe-to-toe with Izzy and Nosif to try to keep themselves inside of that bubble. But Izzy's going to feel the pain. Big shot's going to land. Drop to 68 HP. Yapko, again, him and Panzer have been taking names off the top of the leaderboard one by one by one.
But it's Z-Dog and Goofy who are quite literally at the top of this lobby currently. They've got the full benefit of that eagle eye overview, but Izzy, he loses Nosif. He'll at least get the clean exchange here. That elimination onto Yapko. The siphon back to back. PH is falling just like that. Every bit of material you could possibly want or need to keep Izzy targeting forward. But the max pulls, Jacob, they're just so vicious for everyone.
And right now, Izzy's 10 elimination solo run. Still has over 200 mats. Trying to stay ahead of the zone. Looking back at the Koyota, but he's going to grapple his way to safety. Down below, Ruin is duo. They're going to try to put pressure upward. Vocal and Cringe, they're on those. Oh my God! Izzy, what is this madness? Cringe on the. Oh my God! He does it again. Izzy is putting the team on his back. He has another.
Oh my.
No, he's got to take it, Jacob. This has to be the one. He's got way too much going in the tank. This is everything right now for Izzy.
This is it. The two teams fighting for that bubble spot. Izzy putting on a masterclass performance, but it's Z-Dog up above. Full HP, full shield, but he's running out of builds, and he steals away a highlight moment.
You can tell them just how nervous Goofy and Z-Dog became in that instance. Nothing was a lock by any means. Izzy and Nosif, those huge eliminations, they have got to have overtaken pretty substantially on that leaderboard.
I told you, Seven. I told you the players are not the only ones feeling this pressure. I feel like every single moment, every single tournament that we play, there's always one of these moments where we just watch it. A masterclass performance, but it's Goofy and Z-Dog that deserve the credit. Throughout the course of the game, they pass Bugha and Braids, they win the game, so you gotta imagine where they're at the leaderboard.
I'm just still trying to take it all in, what just took place there, though. You see one, you see the next. But this man did a full 360, blocking off with the ramp perfectly. And to find a third elimination strung together, Jacob, I've got to hear what these guys are saying.
I'm not even sure they realize winning that game puts them inside of the bubble.
It's just Goofy was almost at the same level of disbelief as us, Jacob. 1 HP. 1 HP for Izzy, and he was still able to make it happen. That is a whole different kind of flow state that we have seen on today's competition.
My head exploded. My head absolutely exploded, though, after that game. It was just madness from Izzy and Nosif. And, dude, Izzy, that's what I was saying. These guys, from the start of the year till now, 2026 is something I coined is the year of the underdogs. And so far, it's staying true.
It started at the Summit land, and the journey is continuing here at EWC for these two. They have been on an absolute tearaway, and I am so worried for everyone else in this competition, because if these are the types of matchups that they're going to have to line up against in the final hour, these next two games, Jacob, are just going to be so volatile, so unpredictable, and so nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and it's for Izzy and Nosif, like Izzy's particularly, every single elim he got, obviously I was screaming, but the crowd was going ballistic. This is a moment I feel like he will remember for the rest of his life, rightfully so. But man, this tournament is just, it's a pleasant surprise in terms of how close everything actually is.
Just unreal scenes. How do you even hold your nerve in that kind of circumstance? Jacob, we've still got to take a second here to think about what we even want to say, but I know Zeke's got plenty of words on the scene.
We absolutely do. We had to take a moment here to catch up with S8UL, Faded and Con, performing huge. Gentlemen, how are you guys feeling? You guys are in the top 6 right now. Feeling good, feeling strong. Your job's not done, but you guys are doing it incredible here right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's our first Epic launch, so...
Now, feeling catch up here. S8.
Got to take a second here to think about what we even want to say, but I know Zeke's got plenty of words on the scene.
You're saying there's no pressure. You're saying there's no pressure. Does that feel any different? Does that feel like, oh, it's just me at home, just doing more of what I do?
Yeah, I mean, the qualifier that we played, which was like qualifier 2 where we qualified, it was the exact same thing. We just played our game. It doesn't matter who's in the lobby. It's the same thing.
Is there anyone in the lobby that you think, man, if that was them and we knew it was them, it might make you shake a little bit, or do you not care?
No, I don't care, actually.
That's so crazy. How does it feel to be part of S8UL, man? You guys are representing them. You guys are showing up. The fans are going crazy for you. Would you say anything to them?
Yeah, I want to shout out everyone that's supporting us. Thank you all, and also for Seoul for letting us represent them and doing well in this tournament.
Yeah. What?
Same question. How do you feel about representing Seoul?
Good, very good.
Anything you want to say to fans?
Yeah, no.
Okay, too shy. That's okay. Final question for you. Obviously, like I said, job's not done. What's the plan for the last few games? Is it still just like, hey, man, let's just do what we do?
Yeah, I mean, if it's working, why change it?
Is it the plan the same for you as well?
Yeah, it's probably the same. We just see next games.
I love that, guys. Well, hey, best of luck in the later half of the competition. Remember, job's not done. Stay locked in. Thank you so much for right now. We'll see what else is going on at EWC.
Son? No, not son. Fuck, I'm gonna do it again. 1, 2, 3. And I'm here. Okay, it's Lutti here from the crowd. I'm here with the family, dad and son, Guillaume and Theo. Hey, how you doing? You doing fine?
Yeah, very.
You're gonna go for French, don't worry, bro. So I have a few questions. I'm gonna ask them in French, and they're gonna answer in French, and then I gotta translate for you guys. Première question, du coup, est-ce que c'était la première fois que tu venais voir un événement e-sport?
Oui, tout à fait. Première fois qu'on vient à un événement comme celui-ci. Très sympathique.
So I asked him, is it the first time you see an esports event? He said, yeah, it's the first time, and it's really chill and really cool to watch, actually. Est-ce qu'aujourd'hui tu comprends un petit peu mieux ce qui se passe sur Fortnite, du coup, quand tu vois les games, ou ça va trop vite?
Oh, complètement. J'arrive mieux à comprendre les heures que mon fils passe à jouer à ce jeu. Et je trouve que c'est une bonne chose d'être venu pour me rendre compte de tout ça exactement.
So I asked him if he understands better and better the game after the games goes, and he's like, yeah, I actually got it really better game after game, and I now know what my son put so much effort in these games because it looks pretty impressive. Théo, petite question, toi tu joues beaucoup à Fortnite, c'est un jeu sur lequel tu es assez fort. T'en es où pour l'instant dans ton niveau de jeu, et là ta journée aujourd'hui, est-ce que toi aussi c'est un de tes premiers events e-sport?
Ouais, c'est un de mes premiers événements e-sport et voilà.
Et t'as un bon niveau sur le jeu?
Ouais, pas mal.
Tu saurais dire combien t'as mis d'heures sur le jeu ou...
Non, je sais pas trop.
Okay, so I asked him, like, is this his first event e-sport as well? And he said yes. Did he play a lot of Fortnite before? He said yes, of course. And how many hours did you put? And he's like, I can count, so I don't know. Maintenant, est-ce que ça fait plaisir de partager ce moment avec ton père, du coup, de pouvoir justement lui présenter, lui, pour une fois, c'est toi qui lui apprends des trucs un peu.
Ouais, ça fait super plaisir.
So I asked him, like, is this a good feeling for you to help your father to understand your games now? Because he's here today and he come with you. And he said, yeah, it's really cool. And for first time, it's me explaining him something and not the opposite.
Goofy and Sea-Dog are able to get that victory royale. But ladies and gentlemen, it's all about easy with the clutch, because that was a clutch. And then, am I seeing this right? Look, he left us.
Yo,
That's
what? Wait, hold on a minute.
He became a fan.
Brother, you're supposed to be over here. Those man.
The clutch take his job, us. Kelly, the clutch factor from Easy off the chain.
I mean, my goodness. You hear him now, and we're going to be screaming on this desk right now. Izzy and No-Sov absolutely crazy, going on a tear as a solo clutch. And we all thought it was done. We all thought he was over. He literally was down to 1 HP and still able to clutch it out. Minnie, welcome to the desk. How you liking it?
I mean, I'm loving it. The vibes are great. Can we have a desk like this every time? I mean, we got fans behind. We got Vivid as well. Oh, I mean, that end game, it's worthy of the hype. Izzy, I genuinely thought with that momentum that he was getting towards the end there, he was going to do it. It was like, yeah, everything was against him. The odds are against him. But it's Izzy. He's in that situation, and he just couldn't quite make it happen.
Now, win or not, that's one of the greatest clutches in Fortnite history. I mean, on stages like this, we rarely see a player just single-handedly decide, I am not done in this game. I'm taking down anyone in front of him. The amount of times he's in front of a duo where you're like, there's two people in his box. I mean, how on earth does he come out of these on top? A phenomenal performance, one of the best you will ever see.
Honestly, we were all so hyped up watching that, and him being able to clutch it up too. We talk about the clutch factor for the longest time. I'm just happy we finally got a chance to see it from some of these players that actually needed to do it, right? Especially from this duo, because with that performance, once we end up seeing the overall, they might end up jumping all the way into top 6, which top 6 are going to get a chance to go to the match point finals. Talking about a duo that's actually not here on the first page, Minnie, I want to go with you actually, because we saw this from the get-go too, and it's none other than Booga and Braids. It seems like they were just playing too passive. They did come into this match in the top 6, but I don't think that's going to be the case after this one.
Yeah, they needed to hang on in that game, and they couldn't do it really. We thought they were sort of cooking up a really interesting strat. They were all the way out in the water. I thought, yeah, maybe this is their time to really have a good game, but I want to look at these highlights. Izzy solo clutch, endgame highlights in general, but it's all about the main man, Izzy.
I mean, you could just tell that everyone right now is desperate. Everyone's trying to make a play. We can no longer have these safe, low elimination games. People need to be playing out of their mind if they want to get these coveted elimination points. That's 4 points per. Who cares about the win? If you're able to get 30 points from just eliminations, Levin.
I mean, when he was in some of these moments, you're sort of looking at it and thinking, eventually, surely someone's going to get. This one here was just disgusting, unbelievable. 1 HP and a dream, and I mean, sometimes you just get a player who just is in flow state. Nothing can stop them, and that is what we saw there.
Also, big shout outs to Z-Dog. He actually won the game, and I feel like we're kind of foregoing that right now. It's obvious when you have such an incredible moment like that you do have to look to Izzy for that incredible solo clutch. But Z-Dog, representing the OCE region, definitely showing that he deserves to be up here as well. So we got to give him some praise.
Well, it was funny actually. I saw Z-Dog and Goofy actually go up to Oatly and Spooks after they won a game. So I reckon they've got a few tips how to play that height effectively. I think it was after game 5, wasn't it, that Oatly and Spooks ended up winning. So a little bit of OCE friendship right there. Really happy for those guys because they're a team that did really well in the groups as well, remember? So good to see them performing here as well.
Yeah, and for Sea-Dog and Goofy, it's a good bounce back too from the performance that we were seeing of them at the beginning of the day too. It's not what we were expecting, but now we're also seeing those major teams, major players too that we wanted to see finally starting to show up. There you go. We got the right one working. But I want to see the overall too, because the overall is going to be able to tell us a lot. We only have 2 matches left. We're going to be able to decide which top 6 teams are going to be going into match point finals. Before this, all these duels got ready to for top 7. That's not the case anymore. As you can see there, top 6 between 6th place and 7th place, Kelly, only separated by just 5 points.
And we know just how much these games can change. We just saw a team in the bottom 10 being able to clutch out crazy amounts of points, and that can happen time and time again. Just look how close these players are right now. Yasin Salvatore, who had such a good start to the day, currently sitting at 295 points. But of course, Sky and Scroll, not within qualification, but just 5 points behind Levin. There's just too many opportunities for anyone to break into the top 6.
I just saw Khan and Faded's coach, Bloodex, and he was walking past and he quickly just went, Sky and Scrolling, Colin. I said, oh no, man, what are you on about, Sky and Scrolling? He said, Khan and Faded, I don't know, them brothers are not qualifying. So, again, the pressure is high going into these final 2 games for AGAL, Sky and Scroll. I mean, we could talk all day about how this isn't where we expected them to be in the flow of the day. But what matters now is what they need to do to actually make sure they are in that top 6 by the end of it.
And luckily for them, they do have a bit of a gap too to 8th place. So they're not going to be feeling the pressure from as much, right? From Booga, from Cringe, from Oatly and Spooks as well. But it's all about catching up to that top 6.
Yeah, not as much pressure, but when you think back to how they've performed off spawn, it's been a bit mixed when they've been contested in later stages of tournaments. They've gone down in those situations early on. They've also won out in other situations. So really interested to see how those guys end up coming out of this game. And on the bottom half of the leaderboard, things are looking pretty rough for a lot of these teams. Interested to see how these guys actually now come back in the last stage of competition.
I mean, you say pretty rough, but 221 points for 11th place is just, what, 80 points behind 6th place? So that is a victory royale with, what, 5 eliminations? And obviously that counts for everyone else to go down early. But we've seen a lot of our top teams have rough games, even at the very end. Even when they are snowballing, we cannot just be sure just yet. So, although I don't know if it's necessarily likely that any of these teams in the second page are going to get into the top 6, I wouldn't say that it is impossible.
I was looking at one team that you actually brought up earlier, Levin, and it's none other than Geekay with Japco and Panzer. They're at 183 points, and talking about the points and everything that's going on, right, with the top 6. Top 6 right now is 295. We've seen duos being able to get 100 plus points, and they've been able to bounce back too. Remember, first time we talked about them today was because they were at the bottom of the leaderboard. Do you believe that this squad, that this duo might have what it takes to actually jump up that leaderboard?
Do I think these guys can almost do a Dharma Demish of yesterday where they get like an 18 bomb? Probably not.
Fair enough. I think it's fair enough too, especially with only 2 games to go, right? What is one duo that you're currently looking at and you're wondering, okay, this is what they need to do to make it into top 6 that are outside of top 6?
I mean, Sky and Scroll, just win the off spawn. If they are going to get contested right now, make sure you don't go down early, because not only is it important for them, it's important for AGAL as well. The door is open for them overall in the club championship standings. Sky and Scroll, you got to make it happen.
Booga, Braids, I talked to you guys at the start of the day. You guys are close. We know that you can do it. We know that the Lion might be sleeping right now, but once he wakes up, he will be roaring. And of course, currently sitting in 8th place, he is just a few points behind him. And Braids have proven themselves time and time again, getting the last spot to EWC Reload Elite Series, and they do not want their run to end here, to end now. And I don't think it will.
I've got a message to Yasin and Salvatore. Unconventional. I'm not finding myself speaking to Middle East duos often, but this is a team who has been so impressive today. Don't slip at the final hurdle. Continue to prove people that your region is worthy of the spots. Hold on in these last couple games.
For all these players, it's not the time to hide. It's the time for you to shine, as we're going to be heading into the final 2 matches of Survival Stage here at Fortnite Reload Championship at EWC 26. Taco, Jacob, it's about to get intense.
It's already been so intense, too. That's the craziest part to think about. But I love how the analysts were able to just really touch on the fact, Jacob, that these teams that are currently sitting in that 7th and 8th position, specifically Sky and Scroll, they know what it's like to be in these types of kind of choke points. And they've been contested before. When everything was on the line, when it really came down to the wire and they had their mettle tested, they were able to overcome and overtake in Majors 1 and Major 2. All of those experiences, though, from the Summit Land, from those first 2 majors of the year, culminating into this moment, because you have to anticipate that they are likely going to be contested off spawn. They are likely going to try and be chased down by other duos that don't want them to make it through into tomorrow's competition. And for a team like Yasin and Salva, they've just got to overcome every obstacle in their way.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Even Braids getting taken down right out of the gates. Booga being left by himself, something that we saw at the start of that last game. And it wasn't even necessarily them going down in the early portions. It was the moving zones that caught him off guard. Retro down below, great damage on the Spooks. Trying to go for the elimination, but big shots. He's going to take him down. That's going to be a big knock. And that one immediately kind of gets stolen away. Deemish, that's his second one so far of the game, but he falls. That's Skrull and Sky. I think they realize what is at stake, the 5-point differential, and that anything can happen at any moment. So you got to start taking part of these early games.
Good coverage there from Skrull, though, while he continues to apply some pressure against Khan. And while Khan was a little bit more directly able to pick up some of those leftover goodies, it's not like he's in a position to keep that aggression going. Same case scenario for Skrull. He's realized that there's no point in sticking around any longer. It's just not worth the risk this early on. They've got at least one elimination. You'd rather try to reconvene with Sky and see what else they can pick up.
Yeah, you can kind of see Goofy not too far away. The Sin and Salvatore, it almost seems like they're preparing some sort of crash pad play. Goofy's going for the initial lurk. Not sure if he got spotted out, but you know his teammates trying to close the distance. He made it inside of the building, unspotted so far. Yasin still hasn't got the memo up until now. Goofy goes for a shot, but he misses that opportunity. Both teammates trying to crash to make sure that they have their teammates back, but Sea-Dog gets there first. He gets that first drop, making sure Salvatore cannot return to save the day.
Okay, Yasin eliminated, that's fine. You can still reboot. Just don't let the panic start to consume you, because it can be tough getting outside of your own head in these circumstances when you are starting to really feel the pressure, the lobby closing in on you. Still, they've got a chance, and it's worth trying to push through it. Jojo Fishy and Aoxy. Unfortunately, the day has just not been whatsoever in their favor. But for Mshari and Khaled, they still have a chance. Slim as it might be, they cannot afford to stumble against the likes of Jojo Fishy. They need to confirm every single one of these eliminations that they can rack up.
And just a couple rare misses coming out. Opportunities going out the window. Skrull is down here for a moment. That's first place. Going ahead and getting the drop onto at least one, leaving Sky by himself. And this is just the battle for the leaderboard. Goofy and Z-Dog feeling the pressure. Not sure if Shadow and Virgo got the memo, but they could end this run in this game.
For Shadow and Virgo, there's just too many other teams looking their way over at Slurpee Swamp. They don't want to be the ones caught in the middle of it all. Z-Dog and Goofy just purely benefiting off of that last victory royale. It was such a big swing towards their standings on the leaderboard. Sky, Skrull though, able to get a bit of an indirect assist out of Volko. They were trying to deal with Khan and Faded simultaneously. Instead, it's only going to be Faded trying to escape, but he's having to block off multiple angles here. And with Sky still looking to try and barrel into his position, Faded on his last bits of HP, doing everything in his power to try and fight back, but Sky's going to finally get the closing shots here. So what had initially haunted Skrull from the starting point, not getting that elimination onto Khan, not closing out that engagement entirely, having it kind of turned against him. Now this is where they can get a little bit of space to work with.
Yeah, and with those eliminations there, that puts AGAL, Sky, and Skrull inside of that bubble. But Salvatore and Yasin get an elimination, pushing them right back on out. That's just how close this leaderboard actually is. Throughout the course of the game, they're going to be stealing away that spot, but all that matters is where you finish at the end of the day, and Salvatore is going to get finished off, knocked and deleted out of this one. Luckily for him, his teammate is still alive, so he's not out completely. He just has to figure out where he's going to drop down next.
This might be the worst possible position, though, for Yasin and Salva, because when you have such strong present duos like Darm and Deemish, who are in very cozy spots on that leaderboard, you begin to wonder if you're really going to be able to escape, because the moment that Darm and Deemish see that, they might be thinking to themselves, well, why deal with these guys? Why not just get rid of them right away? Because they've clearly been heating up ever since yesterday yesterday's competition. They've done an excellent job at representing the Middle East.
One of the greats from their region, putting them on the map here. Izzy and NoSip as well. 302, kind of quiet game. Trying to make sure they don't put too big of a target on their back, especially after one of the craziest clutches we've seen in quite a long time. Boko and Cringe, 246 points as well, trying to climb up that leaderboard, and that's going to be the thing here. Is you don't have to necessarily push yourself inside of the bubble with this game here, but you have to push yourself close, so the last and final one of the day matters.
That was a tough flyover banner, though. Seeing that Shadow and Virgo are the first duo eliminated from game number 9, everything gonna boil down to that 10th spot. But hey, Darm, Demish, and poor Oatly, nowhere left to run.
Still catching up. They got their first place spot taken away. 7 eliminations here. I want to say they're even so close to trying to take it back, depending on how many eliminations Con and Faded actually do have. 3 so far, so they are keeping it close to the top side of the leaderboard. Even Scroll taking part. That's, I believe that might be the 3rd or more elimination of this game, just showing the constant action and the players that are going for it.
Everybody just trying to be super proactive. Just great understandings across the board that if you're not able to track down at least 4 or 5 eliminations on top of a strong placement finish, someone else is likely going to pass you up. And for Scroll, every single one of these components really factoring in pretty heavily here, not just towards their overall standing, but the mental positioning too.
Saw that replay on the elimination to Retro. Phoenix still up. He's towards the outside of the scene. And Salvatore still here towards the backside of the zone. In Slurpy Swamp, like you said in a few games before, there's so many extra heals. You can basically take your time. Izzy, NoSip. Did see them get elimination in the feed, but you can see Izzy kind of the scratches are feeling deep here on this one. NoSip not able to crash pad on out. Realizing Izzy is in complete danger. He might not necessarily try to drop down and be the hero, but he is lurking around to at least throw a punch their way.
Khaled gonna become the new target though for Anon and Bazin, so NoSip will be able to provide some coverage. But at the same time, Anon and Bazin could still pose a pretty big threat here, and for Izzy and NoSip, they have already suffered early elimination status in earlier lobbies. And after just having broken into that top 6, they do not want to experience what it's like having to sit and wait, figure out where your standing is actually going to measure up by the end of the lobby, and then depend exclusively on that game 10 performance.
See the leaderboard on the side. 6th place is where you want to be when the day is over. That is AGAL, Sky, and Scroll. 299 points. Salvatore and Yassine, 1 point away, 298. And then Booga and Braids that have 1 point in this tournament. We're inside of the top 6, 253. Obviously from there, that's where the gap does open up, 7th and 8th place. But if you have that Izzy and NoSip type performance, that Darm and Demish type performance, it is almost no worries to bring it to the last game and give yourself a chance.
I'm gonna keep it a stack with you though, Jacob. Asking anybody to do what Izzy just actually accomplished, I don't know, that's asking for a lot. But poor Yasin just continuing to get picked apart here by Demish and Darm. They are just like hawking them down every single corner, not allowing any kind of a safety net to be provided at Slurpy Swamp, even with Yasin and Salva sticking around, trying to play through the storm, hoping that eventually Demish and Darm are gonna bail out of dodge, and it's just not going to be the case. And for Booga, Braids, Z-Dog, Goofy just overhead. A lot of problems looming right now.
Yeah, I think it's too risky to try to go for a fight. We are in the 5th zone, moving into the 6th. One more, reboots will turn off. But that is kind of the direct competition right above them. Z-Dog, Goofy, 3rd place, 330 points. So Booga and Braids might need to start looking for eliminations here, unless they're hoping to stay consistent in back-to-back games.
Going in night, glad that we're getting a nice little opportunity to check in what Zillion Boys have been up to, but Darm and Demish going to preoccupy the space instead as Aoxy eliminated one more time. Just brutal fixations here out of Darm and Demish. It seems like they were not content with watching Con and Faded overthrow them in that first place position, and they are immediately trying to make up for lost time here. 10 eliminations already, 30 points alone, just off the starting phase of this match. And for Khan and Faded, they're trying to match the pace, but it's just not easy. Dharm and Demons just have such a firm grasp on these teams that are getting smothered over towards the center of the map.
Yeah, they're literally closing the gap before placement points even start to set in. Through eliminations alone, 30 points with those 10 eliminations for Dharm and Demish, and you see them kind of rotating towards the side. We are in the 6th zone. Now it would be disastrous to go down. You will be able to get rebooted back in the game, but where will you land? What loadout will you have is going to be a whole nother question. Sky and Scroll in the distance, Booga and Braids. I talked about them already positioning themselves relatively early inside of this zone, and so far it is working out in terms of placement.
Loadouts, though, a little bit tough, a little bit harder to work with, but they can at least take their time. They've got a good indication of where the rest of the lobby is sort of sizing up, and well, they're just going to be hoping for a favorable pull here as Oatly dropping in hot, but he'll be able to at least touch down. The problem is, look at what he's in between two completely healthy teams, and they won't have any issues whatsoever with wiping him out yet again.
I'm just thinking, did he go on respawn fast enough? That's going to be the biggest question. It was literally seconds there that he did have an opportunity. And I do believe the answer to that is yes. Oatly back into the game, but for how long? Might be another question. Demish getting one. Faded trying to keep up. They're trailing roughly 5 eliminations or so to Dharm and Demish, who are now on 12 eliminations, continuing to light up the leaderboard, and it's making it easier for them to catch up to first place, because now Faded has just been eliminated by Phoenix and Retro. Khan gets his get back, getting one, but now at what cost? Because he's a solo.
Can't help but think that Dharm and Demish are trying to beat their own record after yesterday. 18 might not have been enough. 12 already just tells me that they might be going for the full 20 or even better still. It's just a very tall ask though right now. We're baited to continue holding down that #1 position. Either way, Sky and Scroll, they're finding a whole different type of demon here because they need every single point that they can acquire. They have to ensure that they are within that top 6. There is just so much riding on this competition. They cannot be eliminated. The club championship points being at stake. But for Yasin and Salva, they'll be happy to collect on that elimination towards Khan.
And this is the team that we're watching on the line. 6th place for Yasin and Salvatore. Good elimination there is going to mean they can hold on to it just a little bit longer. But Dharm and Demish, a 13th elimination of this game. They already have the record for the weekend so far, and they're just trying to break it, take away that first place spot. Sky and Scroll, though, a team that you do have to watch out for. They're playing right now to try to go ahead and put themselves inside of that bubble. 3 eliminations so far, doing a good job of closing that gap. But they still have more work to go because the placement points so far in this tournament have been the difference maker.
But they did beat the rest of the pack towards that front side position. They are starting to open up a couple of edits here, trying to see whether or not they can actually convert a knock or an elimination along the way. And hey, they might just let Dharm and Demish do all the dirty work for them. As long as they stay on that ultimate low ground, stick towards that front side position, they continue looking back at some of these teams that are just getting absolutely beaten up along the way. They're trying to rotate, but Dharm and Demish just non-stop dropping bodies out of the sky.
Yeah, you see Izzy and Nosif. They probably see the feed. They see what Dharm and Demish is doing, so they're just trying to fall underneath the radar, not become a target by any means. Goofy and Z-Dog as well for eliminations, trying to keep their top 3 spot intact with a good game here. Sky and Scroll continue to get aggressive. They're not playing for top 3, they're playing for top 6 as of now. You can see them and Yasin and Salvatore with eliminations kind of stealing the spot away from each other as this game does continue to move on.
Definitely going to need a refresh soon enough, though. The material count could be a bit healthier. And as things start to really trickle in, frontside position, separating layers too. Looking down, they might be able to get an opening shot off onto either Toyota Yuma or Zidon Goofy, but their intention is clear. It's just to stay one step ahead of everyone else and continue to lock down the front side.
Even shockwaving into the same box, going into the zone because they're willing to sacrifice that HP to get themselves a good and safe spot. Goof Goofy and Z-Dog probably doing the same thing, but using this moment to try to heal up. New team on high ground, though. Cringe and Oko, they have the rocket, and they're shooting down. Darman Demas was their initial target, but it's Sky and Scroll that you have to wonder how they're going to finish in this game. 3 eliminations, playing for more than just themselves. We're talking about the Falcons AGAL Club Championship. If they don't survive this survival stage, they're almost giving it up.
Just waiting to see whether or not somebody else is going to end up dropping to where they were at. But for right here, right now, Deemish and Darm looming overhead, continuing to pose such a big threat here. But it's Night and Gone who have been eliminated. That's one team that is inside of that top 6. So a little bit of cracks beginning to show in some of our competitors here. But for Darman and Deemish, it is full steam ahead. Booga Braids doing what they can to muster up a little bit of that first side positioning. But Joseph and Izzy from the last teams you want to encounter right now, the way that they've been firing off, but still low on the material count.
Salvatore goes down. Yassine is out. That is 6th place. They have just been eliminated out of this game. Darm and Deemish giving the open hand, but they go down immediately after. Koyota and Yuma, Team Zeta on high ground, wreaking havoc with the rocket launcher as well. Cringe and Boko trying to make a comeback be possible. 279 points and counting, but there's still too many juggernauts in their path, including Izzy and Nosif, but they are out of builds, scrambling for a miracle. Oh, Izzy and Nosif are going to go down.
This is tragic right now for Izzy and Nosif. Just like that, their flame has been doused, but for Sky and Scroll, now contending with Booga and Braids. They're going to chunk out of each other, but Booga, Braids, they got the advantage of staying nestled inside of their box. Sky trying to get aggressive. He doesn't have any materials left over whatsoever. Recognizes that Tomat is also all by himself, but Braids, Booga, they needed a big win. Sky has been taken out. AGAL will just have to watch on to see who's actually going to come out on top.
All of their competition is already gone. More than
Yuma
half
が
the points still
Yuma
left.
飛ばしてる
Big Elam there underneath.
トマトがブーが飛ばしてる
Going to get dropped. Top 3 performance so far has been secured, but Braids, the only solo left alive for his team. I believe it's Yuma on
Yuma
the
が
other side is the other one with Koyota. The duo
待って
looking strong. Tomat
お
on
お
the other side. The inter-region battle here. Tomat hoping for a miracle. Both of them just on slivers of HP, but no miracles today. Koyota and Yuma take the game.
A little bit of friendly presence from the same region, but for Koyota and Yuma, they have been here before, and they are looking to lock this one down. They desperately needed this performance too, Jacob, because this victory royale just put them within that striking range of the top 6.
Yeah, they started this game in about 11th place. And throughout the course of that game, we saw Gon and Knight go down, which were 4th place. We saw Yassine and Salvatore go down in 6th place. We saw Sky and Scroll as well, who were in that hunt, go down. Eventually, Izzy and Nosif, but by that time, it was just far too gone. They achieved enough points. So Yuma and Koyota, another big win. I know we have 1 game left, but imagine what the leaderboard looks like after that.
Well, you also have to think about Gon and Knight. Them going down in that 12th place position also leaves them relatively exposed. 329 points does not feel like anywhere near enough because the gap has just continued to close. Only teams that are realistically safe at this stage, looking at Khan and Faded, Darm and Deemish, but everything else feels up for grabs because from Z-Dog and Goofy all the way down to where Booga and Braids are at, everything is just too close. The margin of error is just so slim.
Yeah, that's a big one there for Yuma and Koyota. They were kind of struggling to make it past that top 8 placing throughout the day. Multiple 8s, multiple 9s. You throw a 12 and a 13 in there as well. But in that last game before the win, they got a 5th place, which was good, showing that upward progression and then eventually continuing that trend with a victory royale. Unfortunately enough, though, the biggest downfall of that entire situation is they only got 4 eliminations, so only 12 actual elimination points, only 72 points to try to close that gap.
But the most ridiculous thing to think about right now is that we have 3 separate teams all tied up with the exact same amount of points. Sky and Scroll, Izzy and Nosif, Gon and Knight, all currently sitting at 329 points apiece. And when you think about the fact that they are our 4th through 6th place teams, Yasin and Salva just outside of that with 322. Cringe, Volko, Booga, Braids also tied up at 304. This last matchup is going to determine these teams' fates for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I feel like only the top 3 are safe as of now. From what we've been witnessing, teams, even when you go down in 12th place, that's only 12 placement points. There is still 48 on the board, more than enough to close the gap at any turn. Tamat Mofu making it deep into that last game, trying to give himself a heroic one, which could, in theory, still be possible. They have to take out their closest competition and then maybe end with a certain number of eliminations. So it's a little bit out of their control, but still a possibility. I'm a man with dreams, Taco.
Big Toe is AGAL. They're hoping that they're not losing theirs along the way, but we'll get more insight onto what happens next with some of these club championship points, because right now we've all got to take a breather, so we'll be right back.
Over in the STC arena, and as Falcons are now officially out of the competition, it's time to dive into the implications that could have to our CC leaderboard. Because right now, Vitality are facing off against Team Spirit. Things are neck and neck currently, but what we're really focusing on is whether or not Vitality can get that win. If they do, they are back in the discussion when it comes to the top of our CC leaderboard, because over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, they also have Pac, who's now made his way through to the quarterfinals. Another opportunity for Vitality continue pushing through the competition and potentially get some more points. And to cap it all off, when it comes down to our stage, if we're already looking to finals, Vitality are already there. Falcons are already there, and AGAL are looking to make their way there as well, which means it could come down to our stage as one of the deciding moments for the club championship. Of course, as we know, we'll keep you updated on everything.
The stakes have never been greater. We just saw there on that leaderboard mini, 4th to 6th, all tied on 329 points. The teams just outside of that, from 7th to 9th, all in just about a 20-point range. It's going to get crazy in this final game.
I mean, 7th place team's only 7 points away from that 6th place as well. It's honestly too close to call. This is survival stage at its finest right now, because there'll be teams that will be upset at the end of today. There'll be keys that are getting crossed that maybe shouldn't be getting crossed if we were to look at teams on paper. Sky and Scroll, one of them, what a performance right there. They still haven't put themselves ahead of everyone else. They keep giving us reasons to get scared about them.
They're making it really close to a mini. I mean, look at some of those teams on the outside, right? Yasa, Salvo. I mean, they were in the top 6 for most of the day. It felt like they were this, Middle East redemption arc, really just going to secure their spot. And they've just slipped outside.
And unfortunately, this is exactly what they were doing in their groups as well. They had a really good start, a bit of a decent middle, and then things just started to fall off towards the end. So when it comes down to them, I'm hoping that they can learn from their mistakes and hopefully find a little bit more success here in this last game.
Let's talk about our region a bit. Cringe and Volko in 8th. I mean, not the week they wanted to have. Ideally, not the day they wanted to have, but they've crept up in these moments. They need a big push here.
And they didn't have a good start, remember. They were all the way down there at the bottom of the leaderboard. As I mentioned earlier, I spoke to them at the beginning of the day. They were looking, sounding, and feeling really, really confident. And these are the sort of teams that now they can take it upon themselves to perform on this stage. We haven't seen this level of gameplay from them yet, but they need to make it all happen here.
And then, I mean, we have to talk about the main man himself, Booga, Braves. Everybody was so pumped for them to just qualify to be here and compete. But we want to see more than that. We want to see the big Booga in the final.
And it was a nice little solo clutch there from Braids as well. We've seen it from them. Those individual performances as a team haven't necessarily been working out as well. They've been relying a lot on those solo clutches. So if they can pull it all together now going into this final game and actually play together as a team, hopefully they'll have some more success.
I feel like the players on this stage need a bit of hype from the crowd. They need a bit of energy. So Paris, make some noise! Let's send it to the casters for the final game.
Levin's always wanting people to make noise, and after the last couple of games, we are definitely hearing the crowd go wild today. When you kind of look at that leaderboard, Darm and Deemish, 432 points. Condon Faded, 405, and then Z-Dog and Goofy as your top 3, 363 points. I'm not the man to make guarantees anymore after yesterday, but what I do know for sure is they are looking safe
You want to think as much, but it chills down to the bone here because Sky Scroll, Izzy Nosif, Gone, and Knight cannot harp on it enough. The fact that they all have the exact same point count for those threshold positions for tomorrow's competition, it is just absolute insanity here, Jacob. And for Yasin and Salva, so close but still so far away, we could potentially be looking at a competition for tomorrow, a finals that consists of a representative from every single region.
Could be amazing, and honestly, we've seen major events decided by 5 or less points. Placement, elimination, one throughout the course. The difference could have been the difference. And now with our last and final game of today, we literally could see a singular elimination, a singular placement point make the difference here.
Can't help but wonder where the bulk of the focus is going to actually be at. We've seen time and time again, Steamy Stacks have plenty of presence from so many other duos, but there's going to be a lot of agents of chaos looking to play spoiler for all of these teams here, and Darm kicking things off already. Breeds has also been eliminated. That's 2 for Darm, but then he is shot from another direction entirely, so ultimately gets cut a bit short there. And that's going to be a little bit of relief for Gone and Knight.
The solo hot drop. Anytime the game starts, just players just trying to pick up some early elimination points. And if it works out, they clear the spot. They got a whole POI. If it doesn't, they go down. They get rebooted next to their teammates. Unless, of course, you're landing at this spot. Like Edson, Yasin, Gone, and Knight. We did see Braids go down early on. He's just trying to find a spot that he feels comfortable. I don't think he's too close by to Booga, but he's also not too far.
He's also just trying to get whatever tidbits he can.
いやマジでこれもびっくりしてマジで加藤
scavenging currently. And if he only knew, if he only realized that he was so close to such direct competition in Yasin and Salva, he's going to continue keeping them in his peripherals, and for good reason. Don't want to get caught off guard, but Yasin and Salva a little bit too preoccupied with just trying to play through their own match.
Trying to loot up, use a lot of the extra barrels that are going to be around. That way they don't have to dig deep into the resource pocket. Gone tonight, get their second elimination of this game. See all the pile of loot, picking and choosing. You want this, you want to take that, what do you want? Knight coming in, probably fresh off the respawn, and he's getting gifted a full loadout out of the gate. These guys have been putting on such a great show this entire weekend, but sometimes when you're tied at 329 and you're on the bottom of that tiebreaker, it tends to come with nerves.
For sure, and even for Goofy and Z-Dog, well, we want to believe that they're in a relatively safe position because of the fact that they are currently sitting in third before coming down to this final matchup of the day. Still, don't want to find yourself completely on spectator mode if you are this Oceanic pairing. I think the funnier thing to think about though is even last night a chance you'd run into both Z-Dog and Goofy, and Z-Dog said, I will be there in finals. And it looks like he might have manifested that into a reality.
Hey, even leading up into this, I was always being told, look out for Z-Dog. His mechanics, fighting skills, insane retro, trying to put pressure onto Spooks, who ends up landing a sneak attack onto Phoenix. Not sure how we got away with that one, but Oakley's coming in to try to crash the party, but Spooks going down, leaves Oakley on the back foot. 12 seconds, an official clock has been started, but with no shockwave, no shotgun, and quickly running out of builds. Oakley needs to just hold on. They are going to try to pressure in, but I do think he's doing a great job buying time, but it's just mere seconds left. Spooks is going to get back into the game, so not all hope has been lost.
He just doesn't have anything to really work with here. No shotgun means no real opportunity to try and turn this one around. Sky and Scroll are going to find their first elimination here in Game 10 onto Vazen, and now they're already on the move. It's hard to sit still. It's hard to leave your fate at the mercy of another, but it's Khan who ultimately shuts Sky down. Scroll forced to sit and hide it out inside of a bush, probably counting his lucky stars that Khan doesn't realize where he's actually at. Still, that's going to be enough of a delay that Sky and Scroll are going to have to try and overcome.
That was almost 300 IQ. Scroll through the crash pad down, went into the bush. Khan and Faded took the bait. They thought he crash padded away when in fact he did not, and they put him into the line of sight of Kaladin and Shari. Perfectly played by Scroll to keep them in this game.
his fate for tomorrow's competition isn't at stake based off this performance, it still is going to make it that much easier for Scroll to realistically bounce back here. Sky's already back into the action, but the longer that Khaled can keep Cons distracted, the easier it'll be for the Danes to reunite.
Especially since it is going to be a 1v1 as of now between Khaled and him, as Mshari does get taken down. Scroll is able to escape danger, find a crucial elimination, give him some builds to work with. And his awareness, insane, spots out Anon from up above, and not a Phazon, we're actually going for the elimination. Scroll barely able to escape, Phazon spawning right back on in. That would have been a good pile for loot of him to land on.
Demish and Darm. It's nosif who's going to actually turn things around, but is he way off in the ocean? And Darm being able to follow up immediately is going to prevent Demish from being fully wiped out here. 5 eliminations still on the move too. Darm and Demish are just taking everyone out.
These guys are coming into this survival stage to make a statement. And honestly, just looking at the entire Fortnite community's predictions, a lot of them did have Darm and Demish making it out of that group. So rightfully so, these guys will prove that they're a dangerous team going into that match point finals. Bugha and Braid still up. Even though Braids has had some trouble so far in this game, he's able to get at least 1 elimination. You can see that they are looted up. Not necessarily maxed out with big pots and everything, but they're definitely putting themselves in contention.
Even with Braids having been eliminated earlier on, it's still leaving them in a position to potentially make a deep run for it. But the club championship points are truly what's at stake here right now for AGAL, as they'll have to sit and wait to see whether or not Sky and Scroll can deliver a performance that nets them some points for tomorrow's competition, because they're going to still need top 8 to really build up on that club championship feature.
Yeah, getting there is just the first step. Does continue the journey after. Panzer takes a big shot. Maybe didn't necessarily expect him to keep him peeking. Gon's going in. He's just trying to get the siphon. The bait and switch comes in. Finally, Gon does get knocked down. Just in time, too. Yakko definitely does need the siphon. And now they have decisions. Revive instead of reboot. Keep them on their toes. The Panzer would have spawned out so far away from his teammates, so they made the right decision there.
Is he a nosif though? Still way out. They just gotta try and bring themselves back into this one. Keep in mind, they were all tied up from places 4 through 6, but we have seen their direct competitors be able to convert knots into elimination points. Sadly for nosif, despite getting that knot onto Demish, he didn't actually get credit for the full elimination since Darm was able to play backup there. So they've just been tied, still waiting for that opportunity to try and overcome.
Shadow Virgo eliminated by Darm and Demish. Bugha and Braids taking the same approach to that last game, playing consistently for placement. The elimination will come. Bofu with his back up against the wall, dropped down to 6 HP until he eventually gets knocked altogether by Volko. Second elimination of this game. These guys too, just like everybody else, trying to make a resurgence up the leaderboard. We talk about ties between 4th, 5th, and 6th. It's 8th and 9th. It's Bugha, Braids, Cringe, and Volko tied going into this game on 304 points.
And you can't really count Volko and Cringe out of it either. They've already gotten 1 victory royale a day. Another would secure their position for tomorrow's competition based on how everyone else fares inside the current top 6. Yuma and Koyota, though, they were trying to get something going after finding a victory royale in the last lobby, but again, Jacob, it is just such an uphill battle for so many of these teams, and especially with the fact they're trying to fare against Khan and Faded, who have already secured their spot in the finals. Things just continue to go against them.
Toyota and Yuma coming into this game 10th place. Much harder situation to be in, but they're definitely making it possible. If they could just get some eliminations, combine that with how well they played in that last game, definitely will be looking good. But I do have word, and it almost looks like 5th place, Knight and Gon have been eliminated.
You can see it. I wanted to wait and figure out what that player cam was going to look like. And from the frustration. You can't help but feel every single bit of emotion that cam just highlighted, but they're just gonna have to wait it out, Jacob. Hope that they've done enough. Hope that everyone else behind them doesn't actually get the opportunity to play catch up.
That's definitely a tough feeling, forced to watch and wait, but they did gain some points throughout that effort. They just need their nearest and closest competition to begin to fall. See where the zone is going all the way towards the northwestern part of the map by Steamy Stacks. Booga and Braids again playing solely for the win, for the placement. That's 60 guaranteed points if you can go ahead and make that happen. And then obviously the eliminations, or at least the opportunities, will naturally present themselves as the game goes on.
Aston and Salva are really sizing up the rest of the lobby right now, though. They were looking relatively stacked for their build counts. Sky and Scroll, also very solid recovery. Even with those initial delays at the very beginning of this lobby, they've still managed to power through, put themselves into a well-placed position. But they know they're working on a knife's edge currently. And any single misstep is all it would take for everything to come crashing down around them. And there is just too much on the line between AGAL's club championship points, especially after the results that took place in other titles, knowing that this could be the real separating factor for the overall EWC club championship is insanity.
Yeah, well, you kind of look inside of the zone. The dust kind of settling a little bit. Nobody fighting, nobody making any big moves, barely even peeking through to fire shots at each other. But everybody on the outside still going for eliminations, still trying to reach the top side of that leaderboard. You see it on the side. Night and Gone, 5th place, down at 335 points. Only have to watch and wait. Izzy and No-Sip, one elimination, one placement away from taking away, tying that 5th place spot up yet again. And this is the stage of the game where everybody has to start to worry and lock in, because reboots have turned off. I'm not sure Goofy made it in time.
Goofy's going to have to sit this one out. Z-Dog won't be able to get the job done either. Currently sitting in that 3rd place spot, but will it hold by the end of it? You'd like to think as much. They have done such a phenomenal job on the day to put themselves in the best case scenario for suffering an early elimination.
Yeah, I will say the only drastic part about that, besides going down, is you're a team on top of the leaderboard. You would initially be cycling away points from everybody down below. Now that's one less possibility of making it happen. You see Sky and Scroll seeing the zone move all the way up to the northwest and giving a little southeastern pull on this next one. They're just trying to refarm as much as possible. Brick, the biggest material that they are missing, and they're in one of the best spots to start to accumulate some of that resources. But they realize with the zone moving, they got to be one of the first teams to rotate over, so that way they don't get held back.
So many of these buildings have just been completely caked out, though, by the teams situated inside of them. No-Sip and Izzy, a little bit low on their brick count, but they still have plenty of metal to work with. Committing a lot of their hard material here to claim some good space towards that front side of zone. Panzer are going to be spotted out here, but No-Sip and Izzy, they're not willing to take any chances. No overexposure, just playing it smart.
See where the zone is going, all these teams. Khan faded on one side, Yakko, Panzer on the other. Izzy, No-Sip positioned above them, Booga and Braids. Izzy and No-Sip immediately moving as the zone reveals itself. They do take some shots, but every other team following close by. Yakko, Panzer, the second one to move. Booga and Braids starting to rotate on over. Top 13 teams, Taco. Placement points are starting to set in, but it's inside of the top 6 where you get to the meat and potatoes.
And a big part of the reason, though, why Izzy and No-Sip are willing to commit so early to these rotations is because of that low material count. They need a good position so they can just look back and spray the rest of the lobby down. But for Sky, Scroll, if they can get this next elimination here, that would definitely be a very solid setup, because they are claiming a lot of space currently, trying to cut off all these other teams from that frontside position.
Yeah, taking a quick shot, repositioned on the other side. Izzy and No-Sip staggering back for as long as possible, putting pressure on every other team around the lobby, and then they crash pad their way up the mountain. Perfectly played by them. Not even a scratch, not even a shot gets fired their way. And again, just falling underneath the radar. They're not even necessarily contesting the high ground. They're not peeking to overexpose themselves. They're just letting
Scroll though, just using up the last of their Vulberry Fizz. So many teams still vying for those leaderboard positions. All so closely knit together, but Cringe as a solo. He might just be looking at the beginning of the end here for his chances at that top 6 position. He is going to have to dig deep if he has any hopes of breaking into that top 6 territory. But the builds are running out. The lobby is closing in. Players are continuing to surround him, and he just doesn't have the openings to look for those shots. Izzy, on the other hand, will find one, but he still needs to actually connect it into an elimination.
I was thinking for a moment, not this again. Izzy just ending runs. Cringe and Voco have been eliminated, unable to reach into the top 6, and it's Sky and Scroll not only getting that elimination, but onto Spooks as well. 362 points and counting it quickly, making it to the front side of the zone, not giving themselves any bit of motion, but on the high ground, Yuma, Toyota, I thought they can get a back-to-back win. They can put themselves in arm's range of that spot.
And hey, Izzy's found his first elimination, but look at Darm with 11 already, 17 in total. Darm is trying to gauge whether or not he's going to be able to find his 12th anytime soon, but he drops directly into the clutches of Sky and Scroll. They've had the whole world against them all weekend long, and yet here in the final hour, they are pulling out all of the stops, getting it out of the trenches alongside Izzy, bringing out Oatly.
Papuga, he's the one that actually gets that knock and that elimination. 345 points and counting underneath them. Izzy, Nosip, 370, Sky Scroll, 386. Overtaking that next spot. It's between them and you see in Salvatore. Everybody else is all but secured, especially now as they pick up back-to-back eliminations for Sky and Scroll. And one of those was on Salvatore.
Izzy and Nosip being fully wiped though now means that Booga and
Booga落ちてブーが落ちて
味方落ちたブーガの味方落ちた
スクロールがブーがボコボコにしてる 今こうやって頑張れさらばやばいマジで頑張れきついか
I don't think it's that close just yet. I think Yuma and Toyota are still a full duo on the high ground, and they're in contention. Booga needs to figure a way to not only hold on, but stay alive just long enough, and he's gonna fall. I think that's the They holding on 370 down below Sky and Scroll. They essentially secured their spot throughout the course of this game. They need to take down this team. That will be the difference maker. If he falls, Yuma and Toyota win. They get the elimination. They might have just squeaked through. Sky is down.
取れた今
another.
1だって Oh my god! Oh my god!
We had Mini Pio and Fakun with a historic clutch yesterday in the group stage to make it for their region, and we have a chance. We have a possibility for Toyota and Yuma. Again, these teams this week have put Asia on the map. Back-to-back victory royales. It was the closest races we have ever seen.
It is actually absurd to think about everything that Yuma and Toyota brought to the finish line. But the real question still remains, Jacob. Was it actually enough? Were they really able to overtake a 6th place spot on the leaderboard? Z-Dog and Goofy, it's an absolute nail-biter because the entire time they were eliminated so early on, they were sitting and waiting. And now to witness Yuma and Toyota winning this final lobby for a secondary victory royale, I can't even begin to think what might be going through their heads, but the faces say it all. There is just so much unfolding here. Everyone really gave it their all this weekend.
Yeah, just waiting for that leaderboard to pop up. see who makes it through. And I'm
お願い
feeling like 7-11 and Vivid right now, just trying to read the facial expressions, trying to read how these players are feeling. Well, I know one thing for sure. Sky, Scroll, Mom, Dad, they're happy, so you got to imagine they have qualified through. But did Toyota Yuma, did the back-to-back make it enough? Z-Dog and Goofy going down early. Did they have enough points? We saw Booga fall inside of the top 5. Questions.
And maybe we'll get the answers soon enough here, but I'm also thinking about Yasin and Selva. The way that Yasin was just barely able to hold on for dear life. Could he have actually mustered up the necessary placement points with that solo representation at the very end? And if so, and alongside Z-Dog and Goofy potentially holding their position, Jacob, one more time, we might just be looking at a competition that consists of teams from every region potentially, but it's still too early to call. It's just so difficult.
And this so far, the Fortnite Reload Championship of the Esports World Cup 2026 has not only met expectations, they have already passed, I believe, everyone's expectations, mine for sure. And we've only on day 3. We still got the match point finals tomorrow that'll blow the roof off of the building and make sure to keep the Fortnite community proud. But just calculating the points, Taco, you got to imagine Darn Demas, Khan, and Faded. Those guys not only played phenomenally for the full 10 games, they made it deep into that one as well. So you got to imagine they might be safe.
You want to think as much, but it's just still so wild to factor in that even after everything that these teams have been through to try and get through this grueling survival day, Sky and Scroll, it wasn't even as much about the club championship points, but the leaders of the field, Z-Dog and Goofy have just narrowly held on. Yuma and Toyota, they went so far, they came so close. But after all of this, 1 point short.
Back to back, and I was saying after that first one, you need a couple eliminations.